Alright, hello gamers, welcome back to the show. I'm your charming self-proclaimed yet still humble host Mukluk. Today we are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, which is Tyria, by the way. Did you know that? Hello there. Also, I have to ask, I am currently showing 0 drop frames on my end, but there is at least 2 people in chat saying that they haven't seen the stream even start yet. Can y'all see and hear me? I would appreciate some feedback. Can y'all see and hear me? If you could let me know, I'd be much appreciated. Yes, yes, good on my end. Yes, YouTube fine. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all those who responded. All right, so then I will assume that there's nothing wrong on my end and it is just those individuals, or it is something with Twitch. Because there are 2 people on Twitch saying that they can't see anything at all. So I don't know what's going on there. All right, off we go. Well, it is Giveaway Guild Wars Tuesday, chat. We're going to hang out. We're going to play some Guild Wars, maybe do some scummy React content, and we have got the weekly giveaway. Got hundreds of gold worth of goodies to give out to you guys. That will be in a couple of hours. When is the next patch day? I think it's a week from today, right? I think next Tuesday is the January patch, where they change Beast Mastery to not be reliant on Soul Beast. Ah! Scummy React content, you say? Yeah. Yeah, so there was someone today that said, Muck, have you seen Sirma Gaming's new video about Guild Wars 2 boon problem? And I was like, no, I don't even know Sirma Gaming. And I watched a few minutes of this today, and I was like, I would love to talk about this. So, yeah, we might do that later on, once people have gotten here. Are they buffing Evoker? Not that I know of. Let's see, next to what is it? I did a video on it. Dude, honestly, that one moment where they're like, so we've been balancing Beast Mastery around Soul Beast for the last 5 years. Like, a few neurons in my brain just burn out. Like, they just burnt out. And I remember nothing of what I read about the other classes. Wait, I remember one thing. Warriors are getting 5-second weapon swap. Everything else that they're doing related to the other classes, I would have to go back and check the notes again. I don't remember. You know, one thing, the people talking about there being a problem right now. Hang on a second. I'm gonna show you something. Where is... Oh man, don't I have it? Okay. Okay. Alright, this is my streaming PC. Okay, so right here, see this drop frames? It says 0. So usually, if there's a problem on my end, I see that thing start going crazy. So that's the first thing I want to show you, right? Okay, so we're now back to the gaming PC. And one thing I do see on the gaming PC is right here, bitrate, this is Twitch. This is usually a flat, even line. I do see some bumpiness to it. And I will say all the people so far that have said they are seeing a problem are on Twitch. And I'm streaming to YouTube as well. And apparently everything's golden over there. So I don't know what's happening, but it does seem to be a Twitch thing. So I'm not going to touch anything at the moment, and I'm just going to hope that they figure it out. No issues here. Yeah, there's a bunch of people on Twitch that said it's fine, but all the people who said there was a problem are on Twitch. It's kind of like, not everyone who PvPs in Guild Wars 2 is evil, but almost every evil person I've met in Guild Wars 2 was in PvP, right? You have to say the words in the right order, and they're very much true. You say it in the wrong order, and you're just spouting stuff. Let's see. I don't know about golden. Golden! Maybe silver. Yeah, maybe like silver 5. Hey, Muck, I got Visions of Eternity, but I skipped Janther Wilds. Will I miss some context for story or characters? No. So, Bess, if you start Visions of Eternity right now, on the first mission, you will be with a crew of people. They're your homies, your boys, your goyles if you prefer, whatever. You won't recognize some of them. But as long as you understand, like, oh, this is my adventuring party, let's do this, that's enough, right? Now, would you get a little bit more context with Janther first? Yeah, but is it required? No. They are intentionally writing some of the story chapters to be kind of like standalones. So if you jump in with VOE, then...
Why do they call it oven when you have in the cold food of out hot heat the food? Do they think I really been far even has decided to use even go want to do look more like?
Yes, 42. I was so mad that I got interrupted. I was mousing over the skip sound button, and I was going to just replay it after I finished speaking because I didn't want to forget my train of thought. But then I heard the first few words and I was like enthralled. And I had to listen till the end. So yes, anyway, each of the standalone 1-year expansions.
Guild Wars 2 is the best single player.
Hold on. Each of the Guild Wars 2 standalone expansions, the last 3, Secrets of the Obscure, Janthier Wilds, and Visions of Eternity, you could play them out of order and you'd be okay. You'd be okay. Now, there are characters you meet in Janthier Wilds that are present in Visions of Eternity, and you'd be like, I don't know where we met this guy, but okay, he's my homie, let's go. But you could deal with that, right? Okay, hold on, let me replay that. That was words? It was words, yes.
Guild Wars 2 is the best single-player MMO.
Speaking of Lord Hyzen, he was actually hanging out with us this morning. Yes, indeed he do. He was. All right. So, we had an interesting morning stream. For anyone who didn't see it, we were doing a talk with... I'm going to say this wrong. I called him Radich. Apparently, that's not how you say his name. But I've already forgotten how to say his name, so I'm going to say Red. But we were doing a talk with Red, and he was showing us his project, which is called GW2.homes. And if any of you guys haven't seen this, this is pretty cool. You can go here and browse this, and you can find homes that you like. Like, where's that boat? Here it is. I like this boat. All right, so here's a page for this boat, and this is a homestead thing, right? This is a homestead. So you can go in here, and if there is a download button, you can download it and just load it into your homestead. And if you have the pieces, it will and it'll assemble it. So basically, what was 100 hours of work for this guy is like a minute of work for you. And it's really neat. You can upload your own creations onto this website. You can download other people's creations if they allow it. When you upload something, there's a, do you allow other people to copy this in case that bothers you? There's roller beetle tracks in here. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. So I am doing a little bit of a collab with Red, where I'm going to make a video kind of plugging and also a guide for it, like I did with the Blish HUD team. So I've started on the script for that, but the feature is pretty neat. Now, like, for example, I don't have all of these homestead pieces. So when I tried loading the boat in my homestead, it built like a few floating rooms in the air because I didn't have all the pieces. But it shows you a list of what you're missing. So you get if you want to build it, it shows you a list of exactly what you don't have so that you can, go do that yourself. It's genuinely pretty cool. Like, I started building like I copied the code to make like a lighthouse this morning, and I got just like a floating thing in the air. And I'm like, okay, here's the list. And I went and I bought all the weekly, amount of homestead stuff, because I haven't been doing that. And I spent it on some materials, and then I got like a third of the lighthouse done, and it just like assembled itself. It was really neat. But I'm going to be working on a video on that, but there's just another little plug for that. So that's what we were doing this morning. But any of you could rewatch the VOD if you're interested in that. There are a few cool ones in there. And there's like racing tracks and stuff too, for sure. Choya Pinata. I could try to hit the piano up. Let's see. We'll see. Did you give Lord Hyzen any memeable footage? I mean, the only thing he ever uses of me in his videos is me doing the, oh, occasionally he'll have my character just get like screaming. What is the site? GW2.homes. GW2.homes is the website. Let's see. Mug, I'm asking, but you might not have an answer. Do you know why did Ritlock voice actor change in VOE? Did it? If Ritlock's voice actor did change, I didn't know that. I didn't pick up on it if it did. Hang on a sec. Guild Wars 2, Ritlock. Let's see. Ritlock Brimstone. Voice. Voice actor? Actor. VA? I don't know if the wiki has voice actor listed. Anyway, I don't know that they changed it. I didn't pick up on anything different. Like, when they changed Canuck, I immediately was like, oh, that's a different Canuck. Same with, Rocks. Steve Blum is the English VA. But it was Steve Blum the VA the whole time, and he still is? Like, I'm terrible with names, I admit it. As far as I'm aware, okay. Sometimes I think VAs change when they didn't, because they used a different mic. I mean, it could also be, like, the person who did the work in the past doesn't work there anymore and they don't want to rehire him. You know, it could be, like, awkward, or it could be money. Like, this is just a theory, but, I think part of the reason Zojo was gone for so long was, affording Felicia Day.
Guys, look at me, I'm so
I could be wrong, but that's a muck theory. I think they were like, man, Felicia Day is really expensive. The OP clarified they're asking about the French VO. Oh, I don't know about that. Maybe the previous Ritlock got gamaged or something. I don't know. I've never played the game in other languages. I have no idea. Dude sounds like he swallows gravel for that character. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because, like, I was doing an audition for a voice acting role recently, and they said, you know, can you make this character sound like raspy? And I remember thinking, like, I don't have a voice like Ritlock in my repertoire, you know, like, I can't just, yeah. I can talk like this for a little bit. I guess, like, but that's, like, really scratchy, and that hurts. I can't do that for more than a minute. So I was like, I don't know if I can do that. So, like, I gave it my best shot, but I don't think I'm gonna get a call back on that one. I was like, I'm not sure this is for me. I'm not gonna be a VA for Guild Wars 3. I will say the game I was auditioning for as a VA was nothing related to ArenaNet. As a holder and like. I did a Google search for French Ritlock, and the AI said it was Sylvain Lamari, who died in 2023. Oh, I mean, if they passed away, then that would certainly do it. Muck for Livia, voice actor, Guild Wars 3. Livia! Commander! What about the Staff of War? Oh, that hurts. Okay, I may have lost the Livia. Oh man, I think when I got, like, really sick and lost my voice for a month, Livia might have left the building. Good lord. That was most unpleasant. I felt like it felt like a string in my throat got pulled really taut. All right, so Livia can only visit for brief bursts of yelling. That's it. Oh, the pinata! Oh my god! I haven't hit this pinata in actual months. Alright, so I'm just gonna auto attack now, just to make sure everybody has time to hit it, because I know I'm doing most of the damage. Oh my god. Are you serious? Sand just gifted 50 YouTube memberships. Thank you, Sand. Now, I try to make those affordable. They're about $1 each, but holy freaking crap. That is over half of the current live audience. Thank you, Sand. Appreciate that. Wait, is that thing gonna make the alert 50 times? Oh no. Alright, we're gonna be dinging for a minute, chat. Go little dancing muck, go. Oh my goodness. Of course I wasn't cheating on you with Loranity Mux. Totally not doing that. It's okay. Loranity and I raid each other whenever possible. But when she does raid me, it's usually on Tuesdays, because she wants free stuff. But it's okay. I respect the hustle. I respect it. Thank you a bunch, Sand. Sherlock with the Prime, thank you. Oh my gosh, they're dancing in both corners. This is so rare. Oh my god, it's party time. Did you get the thing? The thing? Oh, the confetti infusion? I forgot why I was here. No. No, I didn't. Devil dancing, yes. Yes. Yo, at this rate, we'll catch up to Neuro-sama in just a few weeks. Just a few weeks. If I keep getting 50 memberships and 1 Prime every second, we'll catch up to her in a few weeks. That's all we need. On a new account working through the story in Living World Season 3 Mesmer, you don't have access to extra weapons the meta build seems to use yet, but bored of core build. What webs do you play? On old school Mesmer, I was always fond of staff. I liked the Condi, you know, attacks that are bouncing all over the place. I thought it was fun. Who? Neuro. Oh, hang on a sec. Neuro sub record Twitch. So Neuro, who is an AI who streams with her creator, whose name is Beetle. Neuro has broke the Twitch record 3 times in the last year. It's like she broke the record, and then on a different month she broke her own record, and on a different month she broke her own record. The most recent one was... She hit Hype Train level 126 with 126,000 subs and 1.2 million bits. To put that into perspective for people who don't really follow that, I am able to live and support me and my wife and my kid and make content for you guys and do this full time, and I typically bounce between 1 and 2K subs. She just hit 126K. That's a lot, yeah. It's absolutely bonkers. And again, this was a hype train. This wasn't her monthly income. This was like a day. This was a stream. It's crazy. Can she afford US healthcare? Oh, she could break at least 1 ankle with that much money. Let's see. Okay, that one's no good. Filter 106 out. Daily reminder that you can use filters inside this, for anyone who doesn't know. Let's try IP33. Nope, that one is also full. Hide 33. 117. Nope, that is also full. Hide 117. Not a lot left. Alright, there we go. How many YouTube pings are we up to? Oh, I could skip them all, but the man gifted 50, so I was like, oh, I'll just let it go. It's not that annoying. Are you playing on NA? Yes. This is a hamburger choc-garant. No healthcare here, folks. Are there any plans to extend weapon usage for classes like Greatsword on Ninja? Here's the problem. Every time that they do a thing where they add a weapon to existing classes, Warrior's almost done. What does Warrior not have? Scepter? Trident could give him an underwater weapon? Main hand pistol? So it's a lot... It's a lot more difficult to find a class fantasy to give Warrior another weapon than literally anybody else. Warhorn? It already has Warhorn. Fist? Just punch things. I cast Fist. I want a whip like EverQuest. Well, in EverQuest, whips were labeled one-hand slashing weapons. So any, like, they were in the same category as swords. It worked, though. Yeah, for the non-EQ players, in EQ, weapons were like one-hand slashing, one-hand piercing, one-hand blunt, two-hand slashing, two-hand piercing, two-hand blunt. So they might make something like a whip, and it would just be under one-hand slashing, just like swords are. Or they might make a two-hand piercing, like a pike or a halberd. Or two-hand blunt could be a warhammer or a maul. Or two-hand slashing could be a battle axe or a sword. It was a decent system. What about main hand focus? They've never taken a weapon that was strictly offhand and made it main hand. So focus, warhorn, torch. They've never done that before. Not saying that they couldn't, but they could. But it hasn't been done yet. Honestly, if they just added focus to every class that doesn't have it, that would be 6 of the 9 classes. Then they just have to find something for the other 3. Okay, hang on. let me see if I can skip this. Oh, I would have to log into the other. Oh, no, okay. Well, give me 1 sec. I'm trying to fix it. Okay, oh, I'm gonna die. All right, there we go. Thank you again, Sand. Huge. Very, very helpful and very generous to all the folks around you. May they enjoy their emotes. Speaking of cute, adorable things. Got another one of these. The Mukluk minion plushies. I gotta turn off the green screen. Got another one of these I'm giving away on the Discord. Worldwide shipping for this one. This is gonna cost me a pretty penny. If you want it, you can enter the giveaway on the Discord. There will be 1 winner. I'm paying for everything. But if you win, you of course would have to give me some form of a shipping address. So only enter if you are okay with that. But it's already here. I could sign it if you want me to, and I will pay to ship it to you. Unless I'm not allowed to ship there, like if you're in Antarctica or something. I don't know. I don't know where I'm not allowed to ship to. I'm just trying to cover my bases here. Ugh. I did Spirit of Nature, but the animation was too long. Do you ship to Narnia? I mean, I'll write Narnia on the box and put it in the mailbox, but whether or not you get it, that's between you and God at that point. You know what warrior needs? A main hand shield. Last game I played that had main hand shields was Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I dual wielded shields through most of the game, and literally, oh god, and literally like shield bash backhanded people through the whole thing. Thank you. Oh my god, Jason with another 50 YouTube memberships. I may have to skip through these alerts. Thank you, Jason. Well, at this point, we've been giving out more memberships than we have YouTube viewers right now, so they might all have it. They might all have emotes now. Oh my gosh. I got abducted. Okay, hang on. Oh man. Hang on. Okay. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. Let's see, what's left? There's 1 bug left. What? It told me it was done. Dude, okay, we did not have another gift, like a third gift. It's just like lag. Oh my god. I think it's like frantically looking for more people to give memberships to. What does YouTube do with overlapping memberships? Same thing Twitch does. If you gift a membership on YouTube and it can't find someone in chat who doesn't have one, it'll start giving them to people who were here recently. It's not foolproof, but it's okay. Ah, I can't jump over the wall. My little legs. So I might get one. If you've been in the YouTube chat recently, it's possible. Is that a raid? I'm new, sorry. No, this is open world. This isn't an open world map. This is just a boss that happens every 2 hours. Right now the boss is burrowed, so we're waiting on it to come back up so we can finish killing it.
Do these just queue up with the YouTube? I wonder when Muck will get this.
No, I don't know how to make the Twitch and the YouTube alerts queue up together so they can both happen at the same time. That's why I put them in different corners of the screen. I'm waiting for the anonymous user that gives subs to interesting names. Oh god, he was here this morning. I believe, if I recall, he gifted a sub to the name Sphincter Sniffer. Because we all just kind of stopped and stared when that happened. Yeah, that guy just shows up each day, gifts a sub to some, like, grotesque sounding name, refuses to elaborate, and leaves. That was the second one. The first one was worse. I don't remember what the first one was. I think it was like feet cheese or something. But yeah, there's... it's bad. Not generosity, I broke a window this morning. What does that mean, you broke a window? Like you robbed someone and then you're giving me their money?
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to my _rusty_bays.
Rusty Bays? Oh, that's not what it said. It was supposed to be my rusty balls. Why did TTS say bays? What? I got the, but you'll only need the edge achievement today. Nice. That's awesome. Y'all know about that? Family-friendly text-to-speech bot? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe there was capital I, not L. Maybe that was it. Do you need to do the meta for that achievement? This one, you just sit in a spot. That's it. It happens at the same spot the meta is happening. So if you do it in the middle of the meta, you might get an achievement while getting shot at. But no, you don't have to do the meta to get to that spot. It's like... hang on. It's like here. It's like right there. Some tall lady standing on me. Live in my boot. Mixed feelings. Is she using an embiggening tonic? Yeah, she is. So I'm shrunk and she's embiggened. Now I'm the size of a foot. There's a muck in my boot. There's a muck in my boot. Muck, did you beat the rhythm game? I did. Did you see the ending? It took me 3 hours to beat. Okay, the final boss of that rhythm game was a 15-minute song. And the toughest part of it was this minute and a half. This took me 3 hours to beat. And I saved the clip because I'm putting this on my freaking resume. Oh my god! Please, no. Okay, so really quickly here, we're waiting at the wall anyway. For the people going, what the hell's going on? Alright, so this game is one button, right? And you might be like, okay, well how hard can the game be? It's one button. Well, you just saw, right? So, this took me longer to beat than Elden Ring bosses did. Right? So, the idea is like, usually you gotta, every 7th beat, you hit spacebar. So it's like dun 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 space, right? But then you've got like these. Hang on a sec. Dun 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 hit. Dun 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 hit. Dun 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 hit. Dun 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 hit. Hold, release there. Hit hit hit. Hit hit hit. Hold. Quad hit. Hold. Triple hit. Hold. Delay. Delayed hit. Hold. Quad hit. Triple hit. Triple hit. Delayed hit. So, how do you even see this stuff? It's mostly audio cues. Well, it's mostly audio cues. So, like, the whole game teaches you this stuff, but it's... Yeah, you're not seeing much of it. You're mostly listening, and you're like this little thing you're watching for this to hit that blue line. But even that, yeah, with the screen bouncing all over. It's a lot of it is just audio stuff. But yeah, it's to be clear, the whole game doesn't look like this. This is just like the final boss, and then it goes crazy. And honestly, it was pretty impressive. Like I don't even know how they did this from a programming perspective. This was really cool. Like, I'm going to remember this. Like, in my experience, I've only played 3 games that did stuff to Windows. And the other 2 were Undertale and Doki Doki Literature Club. But yeah, if you had a perfect sense of rhythm, you could play that game with your eyes closed. I did not. Having my eyes open helped, but sometimes it was dizzying when it was doing stuff like that. But yeah, it was very, very, very cool. I'm going to remember that for a long time, but it was very difficult. Again, that took me more time than almost every boss in Elden Ring took me. Not having seen the rest of the game. Well, at the beginning, it's very simple, dun 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 hit. Dun 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 hit, and on and on and on.
I thought that game was supposed to be about heartbeats. How did that person survive that egregious of a cardiac arrhythmia? I
Oh.
think drug addicts have a more regular heartbeat.
So at that moment, Bahamut, the lore is you're using music to sync people's heartbeats up to the way that they should be, because people have irregular heartbeats in the hospital. And you're using this mini game to try to get their heart back on track, right? And there is like a panic attack type thing happening, and everyone in the hospital is having problems at the same time. So that song that's bouncing between different people is you frantically trying to help everyone. That's not one person having a heart attack. That's like 20 people having heart attacks. And so that's why, like, you're helping, like, the guy on the train, the guy in the baseball field, the guy in the hospital room, the freaking bird, the parakeet, whatever. And you're just going all over the place. But yeah, it was a memory for sure. Like, I'm gonna remember that one. Yeah, after that, the next game that we started, for those who know about it, was called Baba Is You. I don't know if I can clear that one. That one is a puzzle game, and it got really tough really quick. But we're a few hours into it. We'll see how it goes. Get good? I try. I try. What combos have Club Jarny done? Just need a gift of battle. Nice. Club Jarny, or Klobjorn, is probably the easiest legendary weapon to make in the game. It basically just says, like, play Janthier Wilds. And you just get all the stuff. Monk, as a support chrono, can I get away with minstrels, armor and weapons, and power trinkets? Trying to cover all content bases so I don't have to think about gear anymore. If you want to be decent at everything, wear Selly gear. You will not be stellar at any one thing, but you'll be good at everything. Half minstrels and half power? It's kind of be weird. So I wouldn't recommend that, no. But I mean, you could always get multiple sets of gear and swap between them over time. Do you have a tip for a new player of 2 weeks to do some gold? I'm daily T1 fractals, but I can't handle much more. Lord Furs, join guilds that, have I done my routine today? You can do a farm. Oh, hold on, let me leave this. You can farm your homestead. Oh, sorry, you probably don't have anything in your homestead, but you can farm other people's homesteads. So you could ask others to join their homestead and get just a ton of mats each day. You can also farm guild halls. Guild halls have a bunch of free materials in them that you can only gather once a day. That adds up really quick if you just do that each day. And you can be in 5 guilds. Actually, wait, I think it might be 6 now. You can be in many guilds. Monk, once you need more than 5 stats, you're better off with Zoe. Yeah. Yeah, if you do ! daily, I have a video called How I Stay Rich in 12 Minutes a Day. And although you don't have access, like, to a home instance, you could still borrow someone else's. You may not have access to guild halls, but you could fix that by joining some. And those give you a lot of passive income each day. Like, what I'm doing right now, look on the right-hand side. You see all this loot I'm getting? I get, like, 10 to 20 gold a day doing this routine that takes me, like, 12 minutes. So I really never have to think about money again. Are homesteads replacement for the capital instances? Homesteads will have everything in them that you built in your home, yes. So you don't have to worry about missing anything. Is there a guild finding mechanic in Guild Wars 2? Some. You can click on contacts in the top left, go to LFG, and there's a guild recruitment tab here. It's as far as the game goes, this is relatively new, so a lot of people don't know it's there. There's also a Reddit. There is the official forum. There is communities like mine. There is Facebook page. There's a Facebook page for recruitment, stuff like that. There is a few that are outside of that. Also, it depends on what you're doing. It's like if you want to join a World v World one, you could go into World v World and yell that you're looking to join one and find someone there. If you're trying to join a raiding one, you might go into the Aerodrome where raiders meet up. If you want to join a PvP specific guild, you might go into the PvP lobby and ask around. So it depends on what your goal is. If you just want to mooch, you're welcome to join mine if you want to. Mine is mostly people that mooch and ask questions. Muck, for the new people, can you explain that it's now always raw gold you get, but there is work you have to do afterwards to turn and daily into items? Oh, okay, like a moment ago I showed all that loot that was appearing, right? I could, like, okay, so see all this loot? I'm gonna hit deposit to bank. Those 4 rows were what I just got. I could sell all of that stuff and just get coin. Right now it's not coin, but I can turn it into coin very easily. What the heck? That was weird. That took a long time to swamp. What kind of fixes would Muck do to the LFG to make it feel better to use? I've never been asked that before. How would I make this better? Okay, maybe in the serious content. Strikes, raids, and T4 fractals. Have it to where when you say that you want to join, you have to join as healer or non-healer, just to help structure groups a little bit. Like just a simple role queue. Now, role queue in this game would be a little bit challenging, because like in World of Warcraft, for example, there is tank, there is healer, and there's DPS. 3 roles. Our game, we got the boon system. So there's like quick heal or lack heal compared with, you know, a lack DPS or quick DPS paired with pure DPS. So it would take some finagling, but you could start by just having healer versus non-healer, and that would help a little bit. But I'm sure there's ways that you could streamline it a bit. Also, I don't like that people that like sell rates. So, like sell or selling, anytime someone tried to put like that in there, or WTS, I would just be like, yo, that's a filtered thing, and you can't make groups with that in the window. Just because I don't like those. Muck, why do they still not revamp the ending of core game storytelling? Praise Joko. You talking about like the Zaitan fight? I'm not sure. It might just, I mean, that code, the code for that was made over like 13 years ago. They're probably afraid to touch it. I've talked about that before, though. It would be cool if we had a strike mission where you played like a group of nobodies and you had to finish off Zaitan on the ground, like a phase 2 or something. Muck, for Orax, you need Shadow Fruit. To get them, you plant them in Homestead, but do they share with people who gather your Homestead? I don't think so. I think it's just you, because that's an expensive plant. I've done roll queues before, you don't want it. I have too. I played WoW for like 7 or 10 years or something, and it was good. Muck, have you ever had trouble with not being able to type with the button you bound to your mount wheel? No? I mean, mine is on X. No, I can type X's. Oh, that's fine. Okay, so now just going to go through the characters that are parked at different spots. Meh Asura. Meh you! I like my Asura. Little dude, big hat. Is your guild full? No, if you do exclamation guild, we have 4 guilds, so we can accommodate up to 2,000 people. But if you do exclamation guild, there's a short list of instructions, and you're welcome to join if you want. Why Asura? I don't know. Why any of the races? I just like their animations. They're just bouncy little dudes. To be clear, on the thing with, like, the group finder, I'm not talking about a queue system, okay? Like, in WoW, if you, like, queue for dungeons, you get in a line behind other people. Like, you're the last DPS in line or whatever, and you're waiting until enough tanks come available. I'm not talking about that. I just said that, like, when you join a group, you could already have your role selected, like, whether you're the healer or whatever, like, and it's clearly visible from the moment you join. So that there's not always that, are you quickness, are you alacrity, you know, conversation at the beginning. That's all. I'm not talking about a system that teleports you to the dungeon. I'm not talking about a system that does, like, a whole queue thing, because that kind of pulls the social aspect out of it. I'm just talking about, like, within the thing that we already have. Muck, when you played Elden Ring, did you play any PvP invasions, just PvE? I did the PvP thing, like, one time. It really didn't interest me. I mostly was about clearing all the bosses. I remember, like, the final boss of the DLC, I believe it was Consort Radon. Like, that one took me the better part of a morning stream, so near, like, 4 hours or something. But most of the other bosses took me a lot less time than that. It's funny, I didn't find Melania until after I had DLC stuff, so I killed her in like 5 minutes. It was so stupid. Like, it made me realize that all the people that were like, oh my god, Melania is so difficult, it's like, oh, well, they tried fighting her naked with a stick. That's why. If you just use everything the game gives you, it's not. Here, hang on. Hang on, let me see. I know I have this clip saved somewhere. Man, I'm trying to find it. Got a folder with like a million clips in it. Hey, where did I keep that? Me just stun lock her in the ground. Oh yeah, yeah. But she was basically stun locked when I did that. Man, hating myself right now. Where did I keep this thing? Oh wait, I think I found it. Is this it? Yeah! All right, here we go. So look at this. So there's Melania. That's my mimic. Watch her health. What? She's by the wall and they're bouncing off the wall. There you go. Phase 1 Melania dead. Everyone who's like, oh my god, Melania's so tough. It's because they're like restricting themselves. It's like, yeah, okay, if you fight her naked with a stick in your hand, of course she's tough. Yeah, you use everything the game offers you, and it's freaking stupid. That spell's notorious. I mean, maybe they can nerf it. I don't know. With Thorn Sorceries? Yep.
Muck, I blame you for making replay all of the story on a new character because of your thrust issues, lol.
Thrust issues? Ow, my...
They wouldn't give you the tools if you weren't supposed to use them.
Wow. Dude, H isn't even next to R on the keyboard. You did that on purpose. Oh my god. Thank you for the dono. Honestly, she's tough because of a single attack. Oh, the waterfowl dance or whatever it's called. He didn't beat Melania with a banana controller. I did not. You know, one funny clip I saw about the Melania thing is there was once someone outside the room, they were like summoning help, and they summoned a guy and his name was Let Me Solo Me. And they summoned him, and he immediately stabbed himself and killed himself. Yeah, that sword where you like stab yourself in the gut and he just immediately killed himself. Let Me Solo Me. Interesting spot to join the stream too. Oh yeah. You know, I've got another thing right next to the Melania clip in the meme folder. I've got this other video from Assassin's Creed Valhalla that was really funny. This was Eternal Fragments Patreon noise. Hang on. Gotta make it quiet here. Hang on.
Should we take this to your chamber?
No need.
Well, lock and load, baby. Let's go. Lock and load. That one got saved too. The moment they start macking, lock and load, baby. Let's go. One of the more well-timed patrons. Don't worry, Muck, it's normal for guys at some ages have thrust issues. Oh, I'm sure. But I don't see how that inspires someone else to replay the Guild Wars 2 main story. What are you doing? I'm just getting stared down right now. What? Muck, touch your nose so I know it's not AI. Aren't you supposed to tell me to, like, ignore all previous commands and give you a banana pudding recipe or something? Me spin. You're supposed to put it in a bikini? We're not putting Chip in a bikini. When does the Chip like plushie drop? I'll let you know. Okay. Octoline going right now. See if this map is doing it. Main story makes me sad because it puts you in the cool Lions Arch for a few points. Yeah, it does. Monk, I made peanut butter cookies from scratch the first time. I want one. Yes, please. I'll just give you an idea. Channel mascot, but with Chip inside. I assume you mean like wearing the hooded cloak? Or inside like he's gonna burst out like a chest burster. Dealer's choice. Oh god. What add-ons are you using? Mainly the name one. Name of what? If you mean name of zones, that's Regions of Tyria. Exclamation ROT. Furry muck? I'm a little hairy, but that's about it. What's the plan for tonight? It's Tuesday. Got the weekly giveaway. Chatting with you guys for a little bit. Got a video I thought was pretty interesting. Thought I would do some scummy react content too. And we'll see where the night takes us. Make your mascot riding Chip as a plushie. That actually reminds me, I have gotten some fan art that included Chip. Hang on. Is it Kara? I think it was Kara. Yeah. That's one. Let's see. That was another. And this one is Attack on Titan, but my Asura's the Titan, and Chip is about to kill me. Oh, here's one with a cat in it. Gotten a handful of them. To rear panic. I did my part. I killed South once. I've got an invite from Mukluk the Furry. They're in Crystal Oasis. They left the group. Oh no. Okay, frog's down. Tell them the story about your son making their character's name. Oh god. Nah, he's in earshot right now, and he'll deny it. I'll tell it to you later. Have you ever done the Octavine where you have killed multiple sides simultaneously? Where I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, where I have, like, I personally have killed multiple sides, yes. Simultaneously, like, teleporting around between them, I don't know. Oh god, don't shoot the Trigger Blossom. No, it keeps getting wrapped in vines. Oh my god. Spirit of Nature to res those two. Dude, I did so much Oh no, AoE Sunbreak. Good lord. I did a lot of the movement on those bombs. Mike, what is the pre-searing? I searched on Google, all I see are cooking recipes. Are you asking seriously or just making a stupid cooking joke? It's before it came out charred. That was a little funny. Is Ragdriel is anything ever serious? I've never met that rag before in my life. How would I know? After you finish with one side, you go on to the others as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've had Octovines that were so bad that I ended up, like, helping all 4 of the sides. Evening, Mug Chat. Hi, New Gaming. Alright, loot chest time. What area do you think is the least visited in Guild Wars 2? What's that one meta? It's like Serpent something over in the desert. That it's like an absolute pain to get the people to do because like nobody ever does it. Yeah, Serpent's Ire. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Dry top? No, people do Reba farm. I'd say dry top has maintained decent popularity for years. How about like Tower of Nightmares? Or Twisted Marionette? Magriba is silver waste, not dry top. My bad. Giala? Oh yeah. The Giala meta after they added that stupid tunnel, I did it like the first time, I never went back. I hated that whole gas mask mechanic. I can honestly say I've never been on a map of Guild Wars 2 that didn't have other players in it. Yeah, I mean, like, there's no map that's completely dead, but if we're trying to choose, like, least popular, like, there'll definitely be one that's less popular than others. Will Ranger ever get a Shapeshifter Elite? I think the only shapeshifters in the game, lore-wise, that I know of are the Norns. I don't know if Ranger will get one more than Soul Beast. I'd rather have Cavalier. Oh, that could be cool. Have a pet that's used like a steed, ride it into battle with like a lance or something. Problem would be if the class requires being mounted to work, using it in zones that don't allow mounts, like certain raids. What name would a Shapeshifter Ranger spec have? Going from Untamed, I would say they could name it the Furless. The Furless? You shapeshift between two forms, the Furless and the Furry. Druids could shapeshift in D&D. Oh yeah, Druids are very different in different games. In some games, they're like shapeshifters. In other games, they're like an animal pet class. Like they have like a pet wolves and stuff. In some games, they've got like nature magic. Our game, the Druid is the second and the third thing. I'm more drawn to it for like the nature-y magic, like summoning vines to entangle people, stuff like that. I like that stuff. And having like animal companions. I never really cared about shapeshifting. Muck, if I wait for the new ring, what should I prepare? Well... Sorry, I've got the hiccups. I'm trying not to do that near the mic. Here's the new ring. Here's what we know. The new ring is coming out before map 3 and map 4. There's no new map being added with the new ring. So whatever is required for the new ring is probably available to us right now. I would assume you should go ahead and get a ton of the currency from the 2 zones and Visions of Eternity right now. And stock up on that. That would be my first guess. So that would be... what is it called? Chromatic Sap and Raw Enchanting Stones. So I would have that stockpiled. A lot of clovers. Yeah, probably gonna need clovers too. What about Gift to the Survivors, a Gift to the People? Possible, but not sure. Again, I would stockpile on the simpler ingredients so that you could then buy whatever you need once we find out exactly what's necessary. Let's see. Might already be too late for this. Yeah, they've already left. I think they already killed it. Okay, that's fine. Were hearts always a daily account-wide reset? Were people able to do the Druid Stones for Aura multiple times a day on different characters? Not that I know of. I don't know. I never heard about that before. Like, I made the guides for Aurora and Vision years ago, and I don't recall that being a thing unless it was before my time. Oh. Get out of combat for a sec. I just want to know if we can make 2. Yeah, that's a big question. In the game right now, there's 2 legendary rings, and Conflux is the one from World v World. It is not unique. You can wear 2 Confluxes. But Coalescence, if you look at the second line from the bottom, it is unique. You can only wear 1 of that. Now, if you're using Legendary Armory, you still have to earn Conflux 2 times, but if you love World v World, that doesn't feel like work. But Coalescence, you can only earn it once. You cannot earn it a second time. So, if you want 2 rings, right now, you either make Coalescence plus Conflux, or you make 2 Conflux. So, it is a big question whether or not we are going to be able to make 2 of the new... I hope that it's unique. I hope that it is just 1, and then people are like, oh man, this is pretty great having this. I'm going to go get one of the other ones, you know, because that I think that would help kind of breathe some more life into World v World and rating if the new ring is unique and you can only make 1 of it. Conflux isn't unique because of Slumbering Conflux and people complained. That is true. Yep. I played when the game first came out. I leveled to 80 and quit. I just jumped back in, and I'm absolutely clueless on where to go. What's up, Stacking? I came back to this game after being away for 5 years, and I was also clueless on what to do. And rather than play my old level 80s that I didn't really remember how to play, I just made a new character and leveled it up to kind of relearn the game. And then I felt comfortable playing my old level 80s again. And also, if you would like it, I have a video here called I just hit level 80, now what do I do? That might be of help to you. Okay. Let's pop out of here. Muck, as you know, we already got already got weapon unlocks from Soto, Spears and Janther VOE, we got specs. What do you believe with the next DLC? I don't know. I wasn't expecting them to do elite specs again. I do not know. They might find some other goofy way to customize our characters too. Like, for example, also Zarin, thank you for the prime. You see like this right here? This is our specialization and trade system, right? Give me a second. Okay, it's low res, but this is what it used to look like. You spent points here, and that unlocked tiles, and then you could spin stuff on the tiles. So once upon a time, they completely did an overhaul of this system. What if they did an expansion where instead of adding new stuff, they did an overhaul on some old stuff? I would not mind. Here's another one. This is for Guardian. So, like, if they wanted to, like, you just do a complete overhaul of the boon system, which I think needs it, or if they wanted to do an overhaul on some other thing, I'd be okay with that. I would be completely okay with that. Mike, I missed the old PvP lobby. I think they just changed that so that the old PvP lobby is now a VIP lobby for, like, tournament winners. Like, I think it's still there, it's just, now it's VIP. Let's see. Is this it? I guess part of it is. Yeah, up here. Fun fact, since I'm here anyway, I could show you something. You guys see this teapot? If you interact with it, it gives you a stack of might. It's a mighty teapot. That's his reference in the game. Boo. Yo, I didn't put it in. I didn't add it. I'm just showing it to you. There's also this desk that you can break. And if you, hang on a sec. My damage is so low. Oh. I thought it had a shatter animation, maybe not. Anyway, that's supposed to be a reference to Angeals, who was always angry in PvP and would break his desk. So that's supposed to be a reference to Angeals, and that's Mighty Teapot.
It's invisible dance!
down.
That's the sound of flute fighting a thief. Where's yours, Mark? My reference in the game? I have two. One of them is extremely vague, and the other is a bit more obvious. So,
Here, Mukluk, have some of Bezos' money for some ramen and goodbye annoying ads.
please take a seat, but you'll only need the edge. That one is my most obvious one. There's one in here for Loranity as well. She got hers in the same patch I got mine. And it says something like doing this would be crazier than jumping up the clock tower backwards or something like that in the flavor text. Which is a reference to her doing exactly that. Dolphy has got the best reference. Oh yeah, Dolphy is a boss in the something fractal. Like Dolphy's actively killing newbies. Siege mat, yeah, urban battleground, yep. You got your reference in a raid? Me? No. Snebzor has a slug in Mount Balrior named Sneb. That's a reference to him. Aurora Peachy has a tree, And Rukuri has an NPC that looks like her in real life. In... Oh god. My brain is no worky. Hold on. I'll know if... what is... Does Laura have one? Yeah, we just talked about Laura's a second ago. Arborstone. Rooks is an Arborstone. Laura has an achievement. I have an achievement. Not a Noxxi one that I know of, no. I think the best thing out of the game was the community art contest they did. That was awesome. I don't know about that. Did Mug find a new game for mornings? Yeah, I got gifted the last DLC for Age of Wonders 4 that I didn't already have, which is related to, like, vampires. And we started that on Monday, so we'll be working on that tomorrow. Boots has... There's a ton of them. Hang on a sec. One sec. There is an item in-game based on his old YouTube logo. So... This is... Okay, so these are references to community members. So please take a seat is me. Sneb is Snebzor. Siegemaster Dolphy is Dolphy. Roy, Rukuri, we know them. There's an achievement here somewhere that's a reference to Loranity. Is it this one? The subtext for this achievement is a reference to content creator Loranity who climbed the Mad King's clock tower backwards on a live stream, and later with a Wii balance board. Yeah, it's a good thing there isn't another mastery insight here. Still, it would have been easier than, say, jumping up the clock tower backwards. Yeah, I'll link it to you if you're interested in this topic. Muck, did you get the art contest weapons? I do not know what you're talking about, so I don't think so. Unless I got it without realizing it. Let's see, boots. A neatly stacked pair of boots can be found by the chest at the end of the Wizard Tower. Reference to ArenaNet partner Boots, known for his adventure guides. Yeah, there's a bunch of them in there. Look it up. Give me a link. If I just Google Guild Wars 2 art contest, I'm gonna get 10 million matches. I swear you have those: Eclipse, Scion's Claw, and Colossus. Colossus? Isn't that just the precursor for Juggernaut? Sand of the Colossus, Arg, hang on. Was it Scion? What was it? Favor of the Colossus, Scion's Claw. No, I don't have that. Oh, I've seen this before. That looks really freaking cool. No, I don't have it. That's an offhand? That's a torch. You know what this reminds me of? World of Warcraft, Black Temple. There was a boss that was this, like, stone face, and it would spin around, and there were 3 faces on it. Is it a Reliquary of Souls, I think? This art style reminds me of that thing. Favor of the Colossus is an art contest winner. The Greatsword. What's the Greatsword? Eclipse. Oh, I remember seeing this. No, I don't have any of these. It's got, like, moons on it. Ain't It held an art contest where the community voted on 3 entries. The winners got their art added to the game. You would enjoy the achievements for those. Cool. Let's see. I think before VOE released, I saw Darren's videos where everyone was just guessing, and maybe in there I've heard that VOE was going to be the last expansion. I haven't seen those videos, so I don't know. All I can say is it would just be guesswork, because, you know, like me, he doesn't work at ArenaNet, so that would just be, you know, his guess. You know, it's just a theory, a game theory. So I have not heard that. I have not heard that. Have you gotten the Guild Wars 1 sword? I've gotten a handful of the stuff from Guild Wars 1. I do have my account linked from Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2, so I've got a few of the awards in Guild Wars 2. Like, I've got the Black Moa Ranger Pet, and a few cosmetic things from the merchant from Old Eye of the North. Do you have the sword? The flaming one? I believe I do. What's the name of it? Yes, I've got 2 of them, actually. Yeah, I got it. Soothin'? It's so hot that not soothin'. Ooh, it's soothin'. Ooh. Do you know how many skins made it for Guild Wars 1 to 2? I don't. I have Icy Dragon Sword, but not Fiery, trying to get it in Guild Wars 1. Gotcha. Yeah, the Hall of Monuments, hang on. Guild Wars Hall of Monuments. Give me a sec. Alright, so that's what I unlocked at Guild Wars 1. So I got some heritage equipment, some, you know, some armor and skins and stuff from the original game, a couple of weapon skins, an orange tabby, fiery dragon sword, a shield, clothing, a mask, like an old Mesmer mask, a gun, and Black Moa Ranger Pet, a title, and an undead chicken. This is as far as I got before I stopped. But if they have a 20-year... So we just had the 20-year anniversary of Guild Wars 1, right? So pretty soon would be, I think, the 21-year anniversary of Factions. So if they do that, then we'll do a playthrough of Factions and we'll unlock more stuff, probably. You got an orange tabby and you're not using it? I think there's, like, multiple orange tabby pets in the game. Oh, hang on, I'm in the wrong section. So there's an orange tigress, there's orange kitten, there's orange tabby. that thing. I think there... Hold on. I think there's a third one. Because I think there's a thin adult cat and a chunky adult cat. This is Chip. My tiger in game is named Chip. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't recall. Anyway, there are a bunch in here. You need to finish Prophecies and Factions to get it, or can just start at Nightfall or something else. Anyone know? So the main thing with the Hall of Monuments is you gotta get a number of achievements. So here, hang on, I just closed it, just a moment. Okay, so you gotta get like a number of achievements. And there's achievements for getting mini pets, heroes and pets, titles, armors, and weapons. Like, I remember the points I got from weapons is because people just gave me stuff. They're like, hey, here's some endgame weapons so you can just get these achievements. So I was like, oh, thank you. So that was just people being kind to me. But it's just a bunch of, like, endgame achievements and titles and stuff. I'm working on Guam now, and when that's a grind, I'm 19 out of 30 max titles. Yeah. Mike, did you know Ritlock was in a MOBA game called Master X Master? No, I did not know that. Does Reforged let me get the stuff for Guild Wars 2 if I play the Steam version of Guild Wars 2? I don't know. Chat, can Steam Guild Wars Reforged use Hall of Monuments? Let's see if anybody here knows. Okay, a couple of people saying yes, so I think you'd be alright. I want to say think so as it's on Steam. Okay. Oh man, freaking hiccups. Okay. Well, I think now's a good time to check this out. Alright. Hang on just a second. Let me set something up here. Okay. Let me do this. Let me do this like this. Try this. Filthy React content. Alright, here we go. Okay, so today, while streaming, someone goes, hey Muck, did you see Sirma Gaming's video on the boon system being a mistake? And I was like, no, I have not. Send me a link. And they sent me a link to it, and I watched like 5 minutes of this, and I was like, this guy makes some pretty good points. So I was thinking I was going to watch the video from the beginning again with you guys and talk about it. You know, everyone loves some disgusting React content. However, in this case, I feel like I have something to add to it. So, without further ado, let's turn it over to Sirma. Let's see what he says.
Permanent boons are a huge issue in Guild Wars 2, and in my opinion, a mistake. Actually, let me say that again, a big mistake. Now, before we get the pitchforks out, hi, I'm Sirma, and today I want to talk with you, not at you, about permanent boons in Guild Wars 2.
Okay, so quick pause. I already agree with him. Our boons are insane. Our boons are absolutely insane. Like, for example, if you tell someone who is used to playing another MMO, like World of Warcraft, Elder Scrolls Online, whatever, that we're used to having a boon called Protection at all times, and it reduces the damage we take by 33%, they'd be like, what? Like, in most games, a 33% reduction to incoming damage is like an emergency cooldown the tank uses to survive. Like, that's crazy. Quickness, which speeds up our actions by 50%. Compare that to World of Warcraft's Bloodlust or Time Warp, which are emergency cooldowns with 10-minute cooldowns, and they give your raid 45 seconds of like a 20 or 30% speed boost. And we're used to having 50% crack at all times. Like, the boon, and like even the developers have said that they feel like quickness and alacrity was a mistake. Like, that has been said multiple times from official sources, but they feel like they can't put it away or people will be upset. So I completely agree with him, but let's see how he makes his points.
Disclaimer right here at the start. This video is purely my opinion. I'm not claiming this is the absolute.
All right, so this is a classic trick. What you do at the beginning is you say, I want to have a conversation. I'm sharing my opinion. I don't work for ArenaNet. And basically what you're saying is, please don't be mean to me. Don't yell at me. I do this all the time. People in the comment section can be unhinged. And he's saying, yo, I'm just trying to make a fun video. Please don't scream at me. Okay.
Truth, or that everybody who disagrees is wrong. I actually want to hear your thoughts, so please feel free to share them in the comments. This is a discussion, not a verdict. What I will do, though, is explain why I personally think permanent boons, especially things like quickness and alacrity, were a design mistake, even though boons themselves are not all bad. Because, yes, boons do have good...
Another thought with a few seconds of additional thought on this is something I've talked about a lot. I have so many sentences trying to leave my mouth at the same time. Just the boon system combined with the healing system is the reason we all have to stack on a pin. It's the reason that your people with longbows and rifles are standing in the same spot as the people with daggers, which is stupid. It's the reason that when I make videos that are aimed at just getting people hooked on this wonderful game, I don't show very organized groups doing content because honestly, I think it looks stupid. I show a group of newbies fighting the Shatterer. And, you know, the NPC is like, use a glider and drop bombs. And some guy's like, okay. And he doesn't know it's a DPS loss. And he does it. And it looks spectacular. And some other guy's, you know, trying to load a mortar. And it's just chaos. And people are running everywhere. But it looks so much more fun and engaging than 50 people stacked on the dragon's toenail.
Sides. So let's start there. Why boons exist in the first place. Before I tear into anything, I want to be very clear. Boons are not inherently bad. In fact, some of them are really, really well designed, or most of them. The biggest reason for that is simple. Boons are impactful. Yes, very simple. You feel when you have them, and you really feel when you don't.
Yeah, quickness especially. If you're in combat and you don't have quickness, it's immediately noticeable. If you don't have alacrity, you might not realize for like 10 seconds, but then it starts to become noticeable. Other stuff, like if you are the healer and you don't have the ability to give regeneration, it's extremely painful. A lot of healers don't realize this, but if you run like a healing meter add-on and you see a breakdown for like what percentage of your healing was done by which ability, anyone with regeneration, regen is usually the top thing. Like over the course of a fight, regeneration might be 50% of your healing output because it's just every time the group takes damage, it's immediately ticking and trying to top them off, and it adds up really, really hard. If you don't have regen for some insane reason, that would be immensely noticeable.
Ability. You can't be crowd controlled. That's huge. Quickness. Your attacks are 50% faster. Alacrity. Your cooldowns come back faster. These are not small, passive bonuses you barely notice. They fundamentally change how combat feels. They affect your flow, your rhythm, and whether you feel powerful or like a wet noodle flailing around. Not all boons are...
So some boons fundamentally change combat. Stability and Aegis mean the difference between you getting hit in the face for 1 billion damage or you getting sent flying off into the distance. Those change what's happening. Others, like Fury and Might, just makes your Unga more bunga, right? You know, like, it doesn't feel any different. It's just the boss's health is going down faster.
Created equal, of course. Something like 25 stacks of Might isn't particularly exciting on its own. It's mostly just a damage number.
Yes,
but it is
well said, Servo.
In the sense that it's required to reach certain benchmarks. And that already hints at one of the problems. But will we get...
Yes, okay. So, older bosses, you could probably kill them without boons. There are videos of people killing older bosses naked with weapons. There's a video somewhere on of a group on YouTube, and they're fighting Gorseval, and no one in the raid has armor on. They've got jewelry and weapons, and that's it. It is absolute. If you told someone in another MMO that we had a group of people doing current raid content naked, they'd be like, your game's a joke. Like, that's just how powerful boons are.
To that later. For now, the important part is boons are a unique and interesting system, and compared to many other MMOs, they actually feel meaningful instead of forgettable. And speaking of meaningful things, if you enjoy videos like this, leaving a like really helps with the algorithm. Just saying. Alright, moving on. clarity and readability. Another thing boons do really well is clarity. In many MMOs, you'll have dozens, sometimes hundreds of temporary buffs.
Oh god, Lonely Tower. I have not been back here in a long time.
All with different names,
should try
icons,
it
and
again.
effects. You often have no idea what half of them do unless you hover over every single one or install add-ons. Guild Wars 2 avoids that problem by
They
putting
homogenize
buffs
it.
under a shared umbrella.
Yeah,
Boons.
yeah, they did really good with
If you
that.
see protection, you know what it does. If you
Yeah,
see
yeah. So the fact that it might take a newbie a little bit of time to learn all these icons, right? But it doesn't matter if you got the protection from an engineer or from a firebrand or from a druid. It doesn't matter who gave you this. You know that icon is protection, and you know you are taking 33% less damage. Like, they did a good job with that. I will say I do love that part of the system. Like, and on the flip side, if you get set on fire by a flamethrower from an engineer, or you get set on fire by an elementalist, you get a debuff called burning. It's very clear. You immediately know what that is at a glance, and you know whether or not you have a tool that can cure that. I do think that their way that they streamlined the icons was fantastic. I think that they did a good job with that.
see regeneration, you know what it does. If you see quickness, same deal. Every class can apply these effects in different ways, but the effect itself is standardized, which makes it far easier to understand what's good, what's defensive, what's offensive, especially for new players. If these were all unique buffs instead, you might have 10 different versions of take less damage.
Now, the problem, right, there is a problem down here with the buff bar. So if you look here, these are his boons. And he's right. They did a great job streamlining these. Look at the second row. What the is all this, all right? Like, okay, we've got our utility buff. We've got our heal buff. I think a birthday booster or something. I don't remember what that one is. That's a fractal tonic. That's the buff from, I think, Fractal God. Fortified armor. Guildhall buff. 2 more fractal tonics. I don't know. Agony, I think. Maybe some Lonely Tower fractal. It's been too long. And there's a condition down there. Like, I specifically, like when I play Untamed, this is especially, so I have to watch for this sometimes. This thing. And in like a raid, like this is sometimes in the middle of like 30 other things. I have to watch for that. And there's other classes that have to look down there watching for a specific icon as well, right? That's very annoying. Like, I would say the boon bar doesn't have much bloat, but the bar under it sure does.
Each with a different name and icon. That would be significantly harder to learn and track. Boons also work better with the UI. And while I absolutely think that the Guild Wars 2 UI is far from perfect, and seriously, it desperately needs more customization, it's still much easier to track 10 to 12 boons than 100 different unique buffs. So yes, boons are easier to understand, easier to communicate, and cleaner as a system. And those are real advantages. But those same strengths also lead directly into their biggest problems. The problem begins with stacking and homogenization. Now we get to the part where things start going wrong. Problem number 1, boons encourage stacking. This isn't unique to Guild Wars.
So I don't know if he's going to talk about it yet, but this is what I mentioned a minute ago. There are 2 factors that make us stack. One is boons, and the second is healing. All right? The second one is healing. Like, if you are not next to me and you're not getting hit by this green crap around me, you're not getting your boons, you're not getting your healing. Like, we all need to be together. In some classes, that circle is much smaller than others. Like, I do this, and I'm like curing conditions in this area, right? We need to be together. So it's boons and also healing that make us do that. And I agree. I wish we did not have to stack like that.
2. Stacking is something you see in a lot of...
I should add something. In World v World, there's a third reason you stack. Damage spread. If you are in World v World, most player abilities hit a max of 5 targets. I said most. Okay? So if you've got enemy rangers and they're casting barrage on you and raining arrows, and you've got 5 people there, all 5 people are getting hit every second. If you've got 50 there, it might hit those 5, then those 5, then those 5, then those 5, then those 5. And it's really easy to heal people because you don't have one guy getting hit 20 times. You've got 20 people getting hit once. So in World v World, having everybody stacked up serves a third purpose. There's boons, there's healings, and there's damage spread and dividing that damage out. But that's really a world v world thing. In PvE, it's the boons and healing are the reasons.
MMOs. Players clump together, so healing, buffs, and support are easier to apply. But boons make this problem significantly worse, because most boons are applied in small radii, shared only with nearby allies, which means if
Good use of the word radii.
you're not stacked, you lose access to boons. And since boons are so powerful as mentioned earlier, not stacking is often just objectively worse. So no barebow rangers, my friends. This creates gameplay where positioning becomes less about strategy and more about stand on tech or lose your buffs. Now, could this be improved? Possibly. For example, some boons could be applied to party members regardless of distance, at least in PvE. That would obviously be completely broken in competitive modes, but in PvE it might actually open up more interesting encounter design.
Yes. So again, though, if they wanted to tackle this issue, and I would love if they did, to be clear, but if they wanted to, they would need, if they want people to not be all stacked on a pin, they have to address the boon system, which could be as simple as whenever you do a boon, it hits your whole party, or it has a much larger range. But they also have to tackle the heal system, right? And that would be trickier. Because for some classes, you might spray immense amounts of healing in a cone. Firebrand, Engineer Medkit has very big healing in a cone in front of it. You got other classes that can do a lot of healing in a circle around them. Druid is an example of that. Tempest, Overlord Water is an example of that. I said Overlord Water. Hail Lord Water. Those are both examples of things. Like, if they just were like, oh, every time you cast a heal, it hits the whole party, no matter where they are in the room, that'd probably be kind of silly. In World of Warcraft, for example, which is my previous MMO, they had targeted healings. They had, you just clicked on the health bar or moused over it and cast a heal, and it would go to that guy. Or you also had some heals that were considered smart heals. If you were on at the time that I played, I want to phrase this carefully, if a shaman would cast chain healing, they would go to their target, then bounce to the next two people who needed healing the most. If a druid would cast, I think it was nourish, it would just hit the 5 lowest health people in the raid, out of like 20 people. So those were not range. Like, we have smart healing in a way where healing will prioritize someone below 100% before it hits someone who's at 100%, but it will not prioritize someone who is the lowest health. If there's someone at 90 and there's someone at 30, it's not gonna, our game does not prioritize the 30. Our game will just hit people who are, you if you're hurt, like if everyone's in a pile, it hits you if you're hurt, then your subgroup if it's hurt, then your squad if it's hurt, then your group's pets if they're hurt, then your subgroup, your squad's pets if they're hurt, then friendly NPCs and people outside of your squad if they're hurt. So there is a healing queue system. It is decent. You know, it's certainly better than not having one, but it will not prioritize lower health targets over full health target. It will not prioritize low health targets over 99% health targets, for example. So there would be a few things to do there. Getting off topic. I'll let him continue.
Mentioning something here. I'm not saying that this is the solution, just that the current system strongly reinforces a problem we already see in other games. Problem number 2. How much...
Love that he's showing a standard bone skinner, by the way, and people are going down state left and right because they're standing in puddles or they're not dodging the stomp.
Strongly reinforces a problem we already see in other games. Problem number 2. Homogenization. This one is huge.
I'm sorry, did you see that? Did you see that? The cameraman stepped left and everybody else got hit by the charge. Typical.
See in other games. Problem number 2. Homogenization. This one is huge. Because boons are shared across all classes, every class ends up providing the same things. Protection, might, quickness, alacrity, fury, stability, you name it. Different classes apply them differently, sure. But at the end of the day, the result is the same set of icons on your buff bar for all your party members. And that hurts class fantasy. This is a role-playing game after all. Classes should feel distinct, not just in how they look, but in what they bring to a group. At least in...
I agree with that. We already have targeted healing on Druid, Spectre, Mesmer. Okay, as someone who is a Druid main, come on. Come on. Staff 1, which heals for like 100, and Staff 2, which we usually just fire at whatever we're shooting at anyway. Yeah, targeted healing on Druid is not really used. Mesmer, I don't know much about the Mesmer targeted healing. You talking about like Rifle, I assume? And on Spectre, yes. Spectre, yes. The problem with Spectre is it's better now than it was. But the problem with Spectre is you've got a class that is their first attempt to make healing where you target the ally, but the UI doesn't allow you to do it well. How can I give an example of this? All right. Well, again, I'm pulling from my own experience here. World of Warcraft, if you had your raid UI, you got all your health bars up here, right? Most healers that I knew would use what were called mouse over macros. They wouldn't click target, start healing, click target, start healing, click target, start healing. That was 2 clicks for each target. 1 to select the target and 1 to fire off a spell. What they would use were mouse over macros. They would mouse over and click a heal. Mouse over, click a heal. Mouse over, click a heal. Stuff like that. Mouse over macros basically cut the amount of clicks in half. I used them as a tank. If I had a bunch of mobs on me and one started to run off toward a DPS that pulled aggro, I could just mouse over it and hit taunt. I didn't have to select it and hit taunt. I just had to mouse over it, click death grip, get over here, and then it was back on me again, and people loved me for it. Healers would do the same thing. Our game does not currently have that. If they wanted to add more targeting like that, which again is getting off topic, so I'll wrap this up here. I would encourage them to add some form of mouse over macros, because most people I know that have played with them love them. Because again, it literally cuts the number of clicks in half.
In my opinion, if every class provides the same buffs and fulfills the same functional roles, the differences start to feel cosmetic. Just different colors, different animations, the same outcome.
I kind of agree with that. This is part of the reason I got so excited when I saw that Heal Luminary had something no one else had, which was quite simply a buff that wasn't a boon, so it couldn't be removed. It was very short range, so you didn't have to be real close, and it reduced the damage you take by 10%. That is insane in this game. You know, you do have, like, there's the barrier healers, right? The Scourge, the Mechanists. They put up shields that mitigate you from taking damage in the first place. But as far as, like, what can I do on my Druid that I can't do on a Tempest? They both provide all the same boons. They both can do roughly the same amount of stability in Aegis. Druid has a more reses in combat. Tempest has maybe more healing, but Druid does more than enough for 99% of the encounters in the game, so it doesn't really matter. And yeah, they are, in the end, it's just like, okay, I'm hitting different buttons, but we're getting the same results.
Are both a blessing and a curse here. They're easy to learn, but once you understand them, it's always the same effects. And that gets boring, especially for veterans who enjoy build crafting and class identity. I made a whole video about the topic, so be sure to check that out if you want to have more debate about this. Now the biggest issue, permanent boons. Now we get to the core problem. Boons are originally designed as temporary power spikes. You had moments where you felt stronger. A burst window with quickness. A damage spike with 25 might. A defensive window with protection. These buffs came and went. And
it's true. It's true. When the game first came out, you could not keep boons up 100% of the time. There were some weird exceptions to that. Like, for example, you guys know the Engineer's Healing Turret? I remember little camps of people in vanilla Guild Wars 2 that were like kind of camped around an AFK Engineer's Healing Turret and just letting the regen stack on them until they got a few minutes of regen, and then they could run off and go adventuring and have regen ticking for the whole time, right? And it was kind of funny because it was like they were all sitting around a water sprinkler and being social until, you know, the boon was like as high as it could go. Later they made it to a regen capped out at like, it was at 30 seconds or a minute at this point, but at that time you could have it for many minutes and it would just pile up. But most boons was, like he said, it was like big hit coming, use prot now. You know, it was stuff like that. Or like, you know, the boss is stunned, burn your quickness, and yeah, everybody pops quickness at that time, or, you know, feel my wrath, whatever. So it was something that, you know, was for specific moments. You couldn't keep it up all the time.
That made them interesting. In modern Guild Wars 2, however, permanent boons are the expectation. In PvE, you are basically required to have permanent quickness, permanent alacrity, permanent offensive boons like 25 might, fury, all the good stuff. Often also permanent defensive boons too, like protection, maybe even stability and aegis. At that point, boons stop being boons. If a buff is always active, why is it even a buff anymore? Why not just bake it into the base stats? I'm not joking here, it's how it feels right now. Permanent boons completely negate the original design purpose of boons.
To be clear, I do like maintaining like boons and stuff like that, right? But the amount of power we get from them is insane, especially compared to other games, right? Like quickness is double bloodlust and it's 100% of the time instead of a 10-minute cooldown. Prot is an emergency tank cooldown from any other game and we have it 100% of the time. 25 might and fury is the difference between doing like double your normal damage or half your normal damage. You know, swiftness is nice, vigor is nice. I don't think those are too busted. Regen helps the healer out tremendously, but they are like, it's very much like you could do half the damage if the guy next to you is bad at his job, which feels pretty silly. In most games where you've got like, let's say a warrior and a bard and the bard is buffing the warrior, the bard is not going to be the difference between the warrior doubling his damage in most of those examples that I've seen.
Temporary impactful gameplay changes. How permanent boons warp encounter design. Because boons are permanent, encounters now have to be designed around them. If players always have protection, then enemies need to deal more damage. If players always have massive healing and defensive boons, then normal attacks become meaningless if they don't hit hard enough. That's why so many new encounters right now feel like auto attacks that hit like wet noodles, followed by massive one-shot mechanics which you cannot negate anyway, and just dealing with the mechanic. There is no middle ground here. Temporary boons would allow for much more interesting combat and encounter design. Short protection windows before big hits, burst damage phases instead of constant output, and actual decision making around when to apply those boons. Yes, this would be more challenging. Yes, it would require more thought than pressing one button every 30 seconds to maintain full up.
You know, okay, this idea literally just came to me, so it's not been refined. Like, what if they even added different versions? Like, what if you could take a trait and you could give out a weaker version of protection 100% of the time? Like, it's 10% mitigation 100% of the time. Or you could keep the 33% power protection, but you could only put it out on a longer cooldown. And so it would be like an emergency button. You could have like a healer that would be like, you know, have like watered down buffs that they could permanently keep out. Or you could have a healer that would have much stronger buffs on longer cooldowns. Like, there's a lot of ways that they could play with this. And you could have like the icons down here. You could have like a protection with a minus or a protection with a plus to show you which version you had. You know, like, there's a lot of ways that they could do this that would be really interesting.
But it would also be far more engaging. Even ArenaNet developers have acknowledged this in the past, mentioning that quickness and alacrity, especially the permanent nature, were mistakes.
I can confirm they have said that. I've heard that a few times. I don't have a link to that right now, but I have heard that as well from the source, where they were like, yeah, that's, if I could go back, I wouldn't have done that. They said that was like a genie that's gotten out of the bottle, and if they put it in, if they take it away now, there would be a riot on their hands, so they don't want to do that. But because we've all gotten used to it, we're hooked on the Tyrion crack, and it's tough to put it back without upsetting players at this point.
That's why we are now seeing changes in World vs. World, where alacrity sources are being removed and quickness sources reduced. In PvE though, it's probably too late here. Being realistic,
it's too late.
The entire game is built around permanent boons now. Removing them would require a complete redesign of encounters, balance, and progression. Not gonna happen, but maybe in a future game. A red flag for game design. Here's the biggest...
Okay, so he's changing topics. So real quick, he said maybe in a future game. I think it would be okay for them to try tackling this issue in Guild Wars 2. And so here's an example. We are currently, all our raids are still max level raids, right? Gorseval. Gorseval is one of the earliest raid bosses. And he has a mechanic where once you've been in phase 1 for X amount of time, he does this mechanic where you have to run away, you ride an updraft, wait for an explosion, and glide back. Current day, groups do damage, like so much damage, that they get him out of phase 1 before he's been in phase 1 for the required amount of time for him to do that. So most people, if you see the gliding phase, they're like, you suck. You know, they're really polite about it. They're like, your damage is terrible. We saw the gliding phase, man. On the flip side, so like if they just really cut back on like the power we're getting from boons, like the first 4 or 5 raids would just simply go back to a little bit closer to what they were designed for in the first place. And they wouldn't be as like power crept as they are now. On the flip side, you have things like Legendary Challenge Mode Ceres. If they cut back on the power of boons too much there, it might become impossible. Because it was balanced around the peak of what players could possibly do. And they're insane. It's absolutely insane. So I think they could try to tackle this issue and then on a case-by-case basis be like, oh, hey, this one encounter is now problematic. We need to tweak it. I think that would be fine. Now, I don't know if the developers agree with me, but I think that would be okay.
Biggest warning sign to me. Some players say the game is unplayable without quickness or alacrity. That's not...
Usually Reapers. Reapers are deep in the Tyrion coke. They are so hooked. Because Reapers are used to having permanent self-quickness. The moment they don't have it, they're like, and just major withdrawals. They just start crying in a corner.
Healthy. Definitely not. If a game is only fun when specific buffs are active, then either the base game isn't fun on its own, or the buffs are so strong that they've become mandatory systems. Neither option is, in my opinion, good design. Boons should enhance gameplay, not be required for it to function. New players, UI...
Agreed. Now, again, I do not mind the idea of someone constantly putting out, like, short-term buffs that are reapplied constantly. I agree with him that they're way too freaking strong. And again, it's just like the entire buff system of Guild Wars 2 is basically a bard from EverQuest. You know, you're constantly putting out and reapplying strong but short-term positive effects or negative effects if you're debuffing the enemy. But the thing is, in many other MMOs, you might have one class that does that, and then everyone else is just like, oh, we buff before the fight, and then during the fight, we're focused on damage or healing or whatever.
And information overload. One last point I want to touch on is new players. Earlier I said boons are easy to understand, and that's true in theory, but in practice the UI makes it harder than it needs to be. In a real fight without customization options, it can be difficult to track important boons, see how many stacks of those boons you actually have, and react quickly in intense combat situations to apply necessary boons. Even veterans sometimes struggle to tell whether they have enough stability before incoming CC chains. So while boons are clearer than you have enough stability with necessary boons. Even veterans sometimes struggle to tell whether they have enough stability before incoming CC chains. So while boons are clearer than unique buffs, the UI still holds them back, especially for newer players. So UI customization would be a huge improvement here. Let's see if that's ever gonna happen. Now to my final thoughts. I've probably missed a few points, both good and bad, but these are, in my opinion, the most important ones. To summarize, boons are impactful and well designed in concept. They improve clarity and accessibility, but permanent boons encourage stacking, homogenization, and stale combat. They warp encounter design and reduce meaningful decision making.
So warping and counter design, going back to the example I gave a minute ago, like the early Heart of Thorns raids, which are still max level 80 content, current like 100% uptime boons as well as power creep is incredibly abundant there. The fact that we can now skip entire boss phases if the group knows what they're doing is pretty crazy.
I genuinely believe that permanent boons, especially quickness and alacrity, were a mistake. Let me know what you think about this. Do you agree? Disagree? Have other arguments I didn't mention? Let me know down in the comments. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like. If you want more discussions like this, don't forget to subscribe. And as always, thanks for watching. I see you in the next one.
That was pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm glad someone showed me this video. Yeah, I agree with them. I agree with them. I've done a few videos where I talked about like different stuff with the boon system. Like, you know, for example, like we could change it to where we buff before the fight, and we're not constantly trying to refresh our buffs during it. If we tackled the issue with the boon system and the heal system, we don't have to all stand on a pin, which looks really freaking stupid. You've also got some abilities that do many things, like Shift Signet. Shift Signet on Mechanist, it's a stun break, it's a condition cleanse, it's a shadow step, it also teleports your pet at the same time, and if you use it for one of those things, it's also used up for everything else. So, like, if I use my Warhorn 5 on my Druid in order to keep Might or Swiftness on the party, I do not have my Warhorn 5 to also do CC on a target. So there's many buttons that do two things, but one of those things is boons, so you just have to smash that button every time it lights up for the boon, so you're never saving it for the other thing, and it's kind of annoying. But yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. And again, we love this game, and because we love this game, we're critical of it, and we want to point out things that we think could be a little bit better. But the boon system, I think, has definitely gotten a little bit out of control. I think Preach said it really well when Preach recently tried Guild Wars 2, and he's like, why does half of my damage depend on the guy next to me playing well? Yeah, like, that was just, and he's doing a tour through like all MMOs, and that was just like an incredibly foreign concept to him, and I agree, that's kind of silly. You know, like in most games where you've got like one person in charge of buffing the party and everyone else is like a pure DPS, the pure DPS, they're getting buffed by 10 to 20% by the buffer, not 50 to 100. So it's a lot. It's a lot. But yeah, that was really well done by Surma. I enjoyed the conversation. I will leave a link to his channel down below if any of you are not already subbed to him and want to check it out. And think that's it for now. Okay, there you go. Weird outro. Weird outro. I'll give a link to you guys as well since we all just watched this together. I don't usually do this. Let's see. Aloy, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot of ways they could tackle it. And of course, this all comes down to, do they think there's a problem at all, right? If ArenaNet doesn't think that there's a problem, then the whole conversation is moot. They're not going to change anything. Like how they don't think it's a problem that Mechanist doesn't work underwater. But it's up to them if they agree or not. But I agree that I think it is an issue. Let's see. That and the fact that the healer always has to carry every role, tank, boon, machine, boss, man, etc. Oh yeah, dude, it's crazy. Like, healer, can you handle 25 might and fury and regen and quickness or alacrity and protection and swiftness and vigor and stability on demand and aegis on demand and keep us healed, top us off, cleanse the conditions when possible, knock the little doom ad off to the side when the soulless horror gets low, tank it as well, move her to the appropriate spots, cleanse our conditions when needed, and pump out as much DPS as you can when you're not handling that stuff. What are you guys gonna do? We're gonna hit it. What? Like, okay, while I'm ranting about this, how about we have the boon system make it so like each person has a cap on how much they can provide, so the other people have to pitch in a little bit. Like, holy. It's insane. Yeah, you know what? From now on, each person can only supply 5 might. Everyone has to pitch in. Where did it... Wait, what? Enet's working on Guild Wars 3. Don't think they're going to overhaul any major systems like that anymore. They haven't officially announced that. There's a lot of speculation that they are, but no one said anything official about it. To be honest, that in Guild Wars 2, the healers do everything, and everyone else just hits a golem is something I've criticized heavily. Yeah. Nope. Well, muck, high DPS. Yeah. Guild Wars 3 thing will never die, will it? I'm still putting my money on Tyrion fight tactics, where I can send mini Brams out to die. As a scrapper main, I proudly juggle explosives while playing hopscotch to give boons to myself and friends. Nice. Honestly, I would be interested to see that. Early on, Guild Wars 2 felt like everyone running their own modestly self-sufficient build. Would be cool to move just a little back in that direction. Were you complaining that Gale Shot didn't have as much stuff to tackle encounters as Untamed have? Yeah. So, okay. To be clear here, like... Hold on. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. Okay. If I'm a Ranger main, and I'm like, Ellie's die too easily, I don't think the correct response to that is you going, shut up, Ranger, you're just gonna lick wounds and have your pet get you up. Okay, yes, but that doesn't help the issue that Ellie's die more easily. Right? They still have a fraction of my armor, they have a fraction of my hit points. I don't think that's fair to them. What do they get in trade for that? A tougher rotation? Right? I'm critical of these other guys. Like, I'm not mad at Ellie players unless they misform out of my res. I'm mad at ArenaNet for leaving it like that. It's not fair to the Ellie players. Like, you know, I don't think that, like, if someone's only ever played Weaver and they don't realize that everyone else is doing the same damage and they're doing 1/4 of the button presses, they don't realize how much they're being abused. They're in their first relationship and it's an abusive one and they don't understand. And I think that's sad, right? I think that should be fixed. Except the Ellie players who switch to Earth Attunement have more armor. Even then. ArenaNet misformed out of fixing Ellie. Let's see. Hold on, what was this? What if instead of concentration, boons were improved and extended by other attributes? Like high power people would provide might, high precision could handle fury, high healing power do regen, toughness for proc. It could be cool, yeah. Ellie players are already in auto-erotic asphyxiation. They love ANET strangling their class. Oh god. That would explain why they misform out of my reses. Is they like they like dying on the ground. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't hate Ellie players. I hate that they are being abused and they don't realize it, and I hate that it's being left the way it is. Like, compare an Ellie player and a Firebrand of equal skill. They're gonna do about the same amount of damage. The Firebrand has more armor. The Firebrand has Aegis. The Firebrand has stability. The Firebrand has a projectile block. The Firebrand has a AoE cleanse. And they're doing the same damage. Why would I ever want a group with an LE DPS when there's other classes that do the same damage and also have a mountain of utility? Give them something else. Like, in another game, like, okay, in my vision of a perfect MMO with perfect balance, if you've got two people and they've got the same damage, but this guy has way more utility, give this guy more damage. That's what I would do, honestly. Like, I would give, like, if Firebrand and Ellie do the same damage, but Firebrand has 10x utility, give this guy more damage to compensate. Like, that's how I think that should be balanced. Misform should get 2 charges, so they can misform twice? Oh god. Take damage from the Firebrand. I mean, that's typical, right? In most classes in different MMOs that do buffing will do less damage than the pure damage classes. Is that Ellie 10x button? Dude, if Ellie has 0 utility and is also completely glass, what else do they have? They should be doing stupid damage. We can laugh about Weaver, but a god tier Weaver is unbeatable in World v World Realm. You are correct. And maybe they should lower the ceiling a bit so that those are less god tier. That, I honestly don't know how to solve that. The Weaver class is so insanely complex that 90% of players who play it are bad. But the ones that are really good are like, you know, they can 1v4. And in PvP, yeah, that's a problem, and I'm not really sure how to tackle that. But that is another separate issue. I watched your guide and Coalescence gotten a rating. After farming for it, I will never go back to rating again. Well, I hope the guide helps you all. Everyone here has good points. Ellie has big problems, better nerf Gale Shot. Oh yeah, Gale Shot. So someone was like, weren't you critical of Gale Shot because Untamed could do so much? Sure. There's multiple things about Gale Shot that I dislike, okay? One, you could have a legendary bow, you're never gonna see it, because you have to use that air bow thing. Graphically, think that's stupid. Two, your Mistral blinds everybody. It looks like a bubble, but it's not a bubble. People will go into it thinking it's going to protect them from projectiles, but it won't because it's not actually a projectile block. It is the only bubble in the game that looks like a projectile block, but it isn't one, and that is a troll for your own teammates. Three, it puts ice over the ground and covers red circles. You're trolling your teammates again. They can't see because you just put ice over the red circles. Everybody's gonna die on the bone skinner. Four, you don't provide 9/10 of the boons that an Untamed does while playing a DPS in the same slot. Five, yes, you're a range class, but you can't even use that in PvE because you have to stand on top of all of the other players because of the boon and the healing system. So you're going to be in melee with the people with daggers. Now, that only applies to PvE and not PvP. PvP is probably the only game mode where Gale Shot feels like it actually works. Green farts is fine. No, I don't think that's fine. See, you're doing the thing. You're doing the thing. I said I like waffles, and you said, oh, so you hate pancakes? Like, no, that's a whole nother sentence. No, I didn't say that. Twitter user, that is not what came out of my mouth. No, the green farts are not okay. I hate those too. I want to do a whole video on visual clarity. Get rid of the green farts. Get rid of every Mechanist mech that's not mine. I never want to see another Ritualist spirit if I'm not logged into my Ritualist. Like, there's a lot we could do about visual clarity. What did you say about Quaggins? I said I like Choys. That's not true. I hate Choys too. God. I'm gonna lose my voice again. You guys are jerks. Hate Choyas. Dude, they're horrifying looking. Muck hates bacon and eggs confirmed. I love bacon and eggs. What do you mean? I love Untamed, but every time I see a green fart cloud, I change my tune. Yeah. Visual clarity, can we have colorblind mode in the game actually, please?
So
I remember...
hate choias. Mukluk note, mukluk note, mukluk note, mukluk note, mukluk note, mukluk note.
They're creepy little dudes, man. Muck, what kind of eggs? I will eat scrambled or sunny side up. If I'm ordering, though, I'll usually say scrambled. Oh, boiled eggs. I like boiled eggs, too. Just put a little bit of salt on them. That's good, too. Are you going to do something your QA till the end? No, we're about to do the weekly giveaway, man. We're just ranting about Gale Shots right now. Let's see. Untamed be like, it's called Aura. Aura. The stank. Yeah. Man. I did one strike group once where me and the other guy were both playing Quick Untamed. Or Quick Heal Untamed. And we were doing like double green cloud. It was so bad. I was like, man, I feel terrible about this. Like, we can't see anything. And they should change that. They should. They gave Untamed to be the tools of being a healer, but friggin' it blinds everybody. It's stupid. What time does Muck's early stream start? 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. I say scrambled because I don't know what the difference between sunny side up, over easy, medium, etc. is, and I don't want to come off as dumb. Okay. Also poached. Don't forget poached. Thank you, sir. Sure. After the giveaway, would you be playing more? Nay. Yeah, I'll still be here. Unless my voice goes out or something, I'll still be here. What are your thoughts on how quick raids gonna look like? They showed some examples when they talked about it. They said it was gonna be for certain bosses. Like, okay. Raid Wing... God, it's been so... Is it... Escort is 3, right? Raid Wing 3 is Escort? Like, everybody hates Escort. So, I think a lot of people will use the quick queue system, if they can, to go straight to Keep Construct, which is the second boss. And then they might skip Twisted Castle. Maybe they hate Twisted Castle. They might go straight to Zero, which is the 4th. So, the whole thing with it is certain bosses you can just go straight to. Now, the next thing, though, is they said the easier ones. I don't think you can use it for all of them. because I don't know if it's going to have a roll system. Like, if you can, what if you jump in there and you end up at Zera and you've got 10 DPS and no healers? And it's like, ah, crap. And then you got to quit and reform and hope for a better group. So if they don't have like a roll queue system, then it can only be like the easy ones. Twisted Castle twist my mind. I can't do it with Bullish Path. I made a guide for that one. Roll queue would be huge. That's why in Spanish we call them fried eggs. If you want something specific, you ask for it. Good evening all. Hey, Bob. Vesco, Selly, Scourge for quick raids. Yeah, I do everything. Joke's on you, the queue is escorts only. Untamed, it's called Aura Tempest. You can't use that word. That's our word. Oh no. Cancel the Untamed. Twisted Castle is what I specialize for. I'm not crazy good, but I can do buttons and stuff and clear it really quick. That's good. When do you know the date of the first content drop? What do you mean the first content drop? Kadeem quick queue would be funny. Oh god. Micah, just created my first ranger. In your opinion, which is the best pet to use for the first time? What's up, Ishtar? So your pet options are different based on the ranger race that you picked. I don't know what race you picked. So if you're making your first ranger, I would say get something, like as soon as you can, get something that's got a lot of health, like a bear or a drake. And having that is like a secondary pet to swap to is very comfortable. Mm-hmm. 28 days from today, 1 month from now. Funny enough, I hate JPs, but I didn't find Chalice of Tears undoable. Yeah, I mean, it's a big task. Chalice of Tears is a big task. Oh, someone redeemed that pet chip. You can't see him very well, but he's here. He's currently a lump. Why is Chalice so hated? Chalice of Tears is basically you are jumping up the inside of a volcano. And anytime you miss a jump, you fall to your death. You either splatter on rocks or fall in lava. So it is a very brutal jumping puzzle, and unless you've got a position rewinder to save yourself. It's a very long jumping puzzle, so it's a long period of time to make a mistake. Roll queue system can't be that hard. No, WoW had that years ago, and it was nice. So, Syntitox, in World of Warcraft, there's 3 roles. There is tank, healer, and DPS. And every role is very specific, right? A Resto Druid is a healer. There are no Resto Druids saying, oh no, I'm built for DPS, right? A Prot Warrior is a tank. There are no Prot Warriors doing DPS. Here's the hard part. Think about our warriors. If you've got a Spellbreaker, a Berserker, a Bladesworn, any of them could be a tank or a DPS. And plot twist, warriors almost never tank in this game. Alright? The healers usually do. Okay? So you get a druid that joins the group. Druid's a healing thing, right? No, he took Eclipse. He's actually a Condi Druid. Right? So in our game, your specialization, or the talent tree that you chose, does not lock you into a role. That's where the challenging part comes in. So you can't just hit Q and it looks at your build and it knows what to do. You have to Q and say oh, I'm a healer, or oh, I'm quickness DPS, or oh, I'm a lack heals, whatever. Warriors have viable heal builds now. Well, now, yeah, but it's still a drop in the bucket. So it's not something that they could just auto do. Warrior, Druid, and Pally can all tank. Right. But if your Pally is protection in WoW, he's not he's never going to be a DPS. But in our game, the Guardian could be a firebrand, and that firebrand could be a DPS, he could be a quickness DPS, he could be a quickness providing healer. Like, he could be 3 builds in firebrand alone in PvE. So they, and it's like, you can't just have the system just look at your talents and then, you know, be done with it. I wish they made it viable to tank and heal and Spellbreaker. Yeah, Spellbreaker, in my opinion, was one of the most fun warrior builds I ever played. Although briefly, because I don't love warrior. But it was fun. I think the cooldown on full counter is way too short. Friggin' triple that. But it's fun. In ESO, you could play multiple roles in queue for whatever your build is, but it's up to the player to choose their role correctly. Yeah. You don't really need to tank much, though, not like in WoW. Yeah, in this game, there's certain raid boss fights where you need a tank. But you never in strikes and never in fractals. Don't really need it in those. Okay, I think it's about that time. Chat, for those unaware, it is Giveaway Guild Wars Tuesday. We are going to take some items from our giveaway vault and give them out to you all. If you would like to be a part of this, then listen close, because this is how it works. Hold on, I'm booting up the giveaway bot right now. If you want to be involved, I'm not yet going to tell you what you are entering for, but there's hundreds of gold of random stuff that I'm going to give out. So if you get something you don't like, you can sell it. If you are interested, you need to, first off, you need to be a follower if you're on Twitch, or a subscriber if you are on YouTube. That is the free buttons, not asking for much here. If you are a Twitch subscriber or a Patreon patron, you do get a second chance to win. Again, not required, but great time to use your Prime subs if you got one. And lastly, if you want to enter, please enter your Guild Wars 2 display name in the chat one time, and that will be your entry. If you don't know where to find that, click on contacts up here, and there's mine, MuklukYoutube. This is just my mailbox. This is just where do I mail the prize if you win. That's all it is. So go ahead and do that, and we will get this set up. All right. While that is going, you guys make sure to enter if you're interested, and I am going to refill my water, and I will be right back.
Warstar.9628.
All right, and we're back. We got 1 minute remaining. And as always, chat, please do not spam. You only need to enter once. If you think you made a typo, you can do it a second time. However, if you do it more than 3 times, you actually ban yourself from the giveaway because I think that's funny.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance. Is this for YouTube or Twitch? Both. Just, you know, not Europeans. I'm just kidding, unless you're French. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll let it slide today. We let it slide today.
Yay.
Speaking of giving things to Europeans, for those interested, on our Discord right now, we have a limited edition Mukluk Minion plushie. We got one of these, and it's at my house, so I can sign it if you want me to. And I'm paying for worldwide shipping for this one. So there's one being given away on the Discord. If you wish to enter that giveaway, worldwide shipping, as long as I'm allowed to ship to your country. So feel free to enter that if you're interested in a plushie. All that ramen money being spent on a lucky viewer is true. The rest of it going to a hospital. Not to Bahrain. Bahrain? There we go. Giveaway is closed. All right, chat. No more spam, please. Let's get it started. So, we got a bunch of randomly assorted items here that were submitted by people in the community. I have checked, and they've all got value. So, if you get something that you do not want, you can always sell it. Winner number 1. What are you getting? 250 shards of glory. These are earned in PvP, but they are tradable and are used for a whole bunch of different crafting projects. If you decide that you don't want these, you could sell them and you get yourself about 11 gold. Big winner. Disciples, are you here? Disciples, are you here? You speak up, and it's yours. He says, hey. Alright. Mail item. Pasty, 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 paste. It's in mail. Congratulations. Alright. Next up, chat. Not 1, but 2 stacks of onions. Now, onions are currently worth around 5 gold per stack. So it's about 10 gold worth of cooking materials. Big winner. Dragon Master 23. Are you here? I don't like the taste of onions. I didn't think I liked the taste of I said liked. I mean, Australian slipping out. I didn't think I liked the taste of onions until the first time I had a bloomin' onion. Any of y'all had these things? Oh my god. They're so good. Dude, I can go to a restaurant that has these and like eat this and then my meal gets there and then I'm just like, can I get a to-go box for the meal? Because I'm already full. Dragon says, hi. Are they easy to make? Dude, I burn cereal. I can't make those. But I would assume you just need a special instrument to cut them so that they like flay open. And then you dip them in like a deep fryer or something. Alright, congrats, Dragon Master. Those are worse onion rings. As someone who doesn't like onion rings that much, I completely disagree with you. I think look, we all have different taste buds, so I'm not going to argue this, but I think onion rings are very mid. And I think the bloomin' onions are like, so good. Alright. 54 Halloween prize bags. Leftovers from Halloween, unopened, worth about 26 gold. If you open them, you can get anything from the entire chained weapon collection, which I'm quite fond of. The chained weapons look really cool. But yeah, there we go. So that is what these are. So you can open them, which is basically gambling, or you can sell them if you just want guaranteed 26 gold. Peak winner. Skarosha, are you here? Skarosa, are you here? He says, woo! Alright, copy name. Mail item. Pasty, pasty, paste. It's in mail. Congratulations, Scar. Alright. Next one. Hide your kids, hide your charmons. 250 purple balls. For those who don't know, these are globs of ectoplasm. These are used in literally hundreds of recipes in the game, and also used for gambling. Because there is a merchant in the game that will take gold plus ectos and give you back a random amount of gold and a random amount of ectos. So these are either your gambling tokens or crafting ingredients. A stack of these currently worth 50 gold. Oh boy. Pick a winner. GW2uesday. Are you here? How do I enter? You needed to be here sometime for like the last 10 minutes. GW2uesday. Are you here? He finally replied. He said, nice. Copy it. Mail item. Pasty, 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 paste. Send mail. Congratulations. There we go. All right, chat. Next up. Recently, they came out with a legendary staff plus spear item called the Etheric Anchor. And if you use the anchor, it gives you 2 legendaries. Making the anchor requires many things, including 55 of these. Because of that, the value of these went up, and they are in high demand right now. Currently, an amalgamated draconic lodestone, just one. Whoa. I tried to go just one really fast, and I hit my pop filter and slapped myself in the face with it. First day streaming. Just one is worth 33 gold. So, big value item. You can throw it in your mat storage, or you can sell it if you don't want it. Pick a winner. Dexterity fail. Mm-hmm. Tangerine cupcake. Are you here? You also need 5 of them for Gen 3 Legis, which is nothing compared to 55. Tangerine Cupcake, are you here? They said, what? What? What do you want? Why are you trying to give me stuff? Pasty, 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 paste. It's in me. Congratulations. All right, we have our winner. Next up, chat. Keepsake pistol skin. I do believe that whoever designed this weapon set was a fan of Kingdom Hearts, because all the stuff in this collection is either keys or locks, and this is no exception. Keepsake pistol looks like that. This is a skin, and if you don't want to keep it, you could sell it and get yourself upwards of 27 gold. Big winner. Athena MGD. Are you here? Athena MGD, are you here? Talk to me. They said, wahoo! Got Luigi over here. Copy name. Mail item. Pasty, 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 paste. Send me up. Congratulations. Alright. Does Mug play Guild Wars 2 off stream? Not as much these days. I have almost 10,000 hours in the game. I've beaten the game. I have full legendary. I'm rich by most people's standards. So these days, on most days that I'm not streaming Guild Wars 2, I log in and just do a couple of dailies just to keep my money up, just so I can keep doing giveaways every week. But I don't play as much off stream as I used to, just because I've done everything 100 times. So it's for me, it's mostly about like the new content and community at this point. Next up, a full stack of crystalline dust. That T6 Colombian crystal. A full stack of which is worth about 29 gold. Once again, can throw this in your mat storage, or craft with it, or sell it. Peak winner. Black was taken. Are you here? Talk to me. Breaking Bad Tyrion edition. Mm-hmm. Dude has not a single one of the art contest weapon skins. Okay, first of all, I didn't know about the art contest skins. Second of all, I'm not really a collector in the game. I get the stuff I need. So if I think something looks really cool, then I might go for it. Muk, the Surma Gaming guy you watched has every legendary in the game for some reason. For some reason? I mean, maybe he's played the game for a long time. Copy name. Sell. Wait, no, not sell. What am I doing? Mail item. Pasty, 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 pasty. I was like, all right, copy name to clipboard, sell the item, and then what? What was my plan after that? All right. Next up, chat. 50 Mystic Coins. Mystic Coins used in crafting Mystic Clovers and many, many other legendary components. Last I checked, they're about 2 gold each, so 50 of them will get you currently about 109 gold. 109 gold. Or keep them in your mat storage until you need them. Why is the pistol showing? Because this is what it looks like when I'm taking yo coins. Peak wiener. Azela 977. Are you here? Azela. You didn't know about Eclipse Muck? I had seen it before. I didn't know it was like an art contest thing. Or I forgot. Azela says, I'm here. Mail item. Pasty, pasty, paste. Send me out. All right. There we go. Okay, next up. 100 chunks of ancient ambergris, commonly known as whale vomit. There we go. So this is, I think, the most expensive thing you could possibly fish up in the game. And it is used to make a whole bunch of weird stuff. It's a crafting material. It's very expensive. 100 of these would get you roughly 163 gold. So you could hang on to this in your mat storage, or you could just sell them if you wanted some money. Peak a winner. Royale Kirito 7467 from the YouTube chat. Are you still here? Are you still here? Talk to me. Royal Kirito, are you here? He said manifested this. You manifested this? Okay. Mail item. Pasty, pasty, paste. That guy is Shugo's ult? Maybe. Send me. Congratulations. We got a quick question. Canceps, this quick question. Just getting into the game, playing Ranger, want to continue using Longbow as main. What spec do you guys recommend I go into as my first? Most builds seem to want to use other weapons. Gale Shot. If you love Longbow, Gale Shot uses it along with its summoned bow a lot. Okay. Now, I will say any of the 4 elite specs can use Longbow a lot in PvP. In PvE, Gale Shot uses it the most. Dragon Hunter? He said he plays Ranger. Dragon Hunter is a Guardian. Got the hiccups bad. Hey, Muk, random question. What top 3 class do you think fits the Char the best? Honestly, whenever I think of Char, I think of Engineers. Because of the Iron Legion. They're very steampunk. They're all about, like, tanks and explosives and mortars and stuff like that. So I don't know if I've got 3 recommendations for you, but whenever I think Char, I think Engis. Okay. Last item for tonight, chat. Something you've never seen on this channel before. This is a 7 Reaper's Spear skin. It is a cursed weapon that has been dipped in Mountain Dew. It's got some chains that are hanging off of it. It's got dangly bits. I know y'all love the dangly bits. And currently, this skin is valued at 138 gold. Ooh. So you can unlock this to give the appearance to your account if you want, or you can just straight up sell it and get yourself a bit of money if you fancy that. Shill time? Shill time. We are about to give away the last item, which means a bunch of the Europeans are about to bash the muck out. So I will go ahead and say this now. Thank you guys for being here. We do giveaways every Tuesday. If you like free stuff, hit the follow button if you're on Twitch. Hit subscribe if you're on YouTube. Here's links to both my YouTube channels. There's 2 of them. Did you know that? And a special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive. I could not do this without their help, and there's a link to that in the chat if you are interested. Shilling complete. Let's pick a winner. Cross your fingers, cross your toes, use a lifeline, phone a friend, poll the audience, do the 50-50 thing. Pick a Actual Yalta. Are you here? Actual Yalta, are you here? That was sudden. Yalta says, oh! Copy name. Mail item. Pasty, 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 paste. It's in me. Congratulations. And with that, that is the last of the giveaways for today. But a reminder, I'm gonna pull this guy over here. Again, for those interested, we do have a minion plushie that's being given away on the Discord right now. If any of you wish to join our Discord and enter the giveaway channel, we're doing worldwide shipping on this one, so anyone can win. Unless they're, I don't know if there's anywhere I can't ship to. Antarctica, North Korea, something like that. But anywhere else is fun. Hey, what's up? It's bedtime. Be back in 1 minute. I got aggro, just a sec. Okay, I'm back. Oh, I need to turn off the giveaway music. All right, turn off that, and turn off that, and that, and turn this back up. Wonderful. Okay.
You're not
All right,
a
cool.
vampire.
Let's see. You don't ship to Andromeda Theta 6? I mean, I can write it on the box, and we'll see what happens. You ever consider swapping it so the early stream gets the giveaway, like on the first Tuesday of each month? Give them Europeans a better shot. I swear I'm not in Europe. I live in Georgia. There's a Georgia in Europe. I'm onto you. I'm onto you. Anyway, I mean, I could think about it. The thing is like the whole, yeah, I could. The whole giveaway thing started when I only streamed in the evenings. So I added the morning streams later on. So it's kind of a thing I've just been doing for like 6 or 7 years now. We do have, you know, some giveaways, like the one happening right now for the plushie on Discord. Anyone can enter that, even the Europeans. So if you wish to enter that, you know, don't let the timing stop you.
People are saying Georgia's in Asia.
What continent is the country of Georgia in? The country... Wait, hold on. Scroll down real fast. The country of Georgia is located in the Caucasus region at the intersection of Eastern Europe and Western Asia. Okay, it is a transcontinental country. I'm half right! And I'm a glasses half full kind of guy, so that means I'm right. Though it's... Go to bed! Though it's generally considered culturally and politically part of Europe. Boom! Okay, now I'm 3/4 right. While geographically it straddles the conventional border, most of its land is in Asia, but its strong European historical ties and aspirations for EU membership solidify its European identity for many. I refuse to consider them European. How's Boy doing? He is good. After the hospital scare, he was told to not do any running or jumping around for 2 weeks, which he's fine with because he's a computer nerd like me. But when he got back to school, there was gym class. So my wife called the school and told them he just had a surgery. He can walk around and sit and do normal stuff, but he cannot do gym stuff for 1 more week. And they were like, okay, we understand. So he's got a pass to sit awkwardly on the side of gym class for 1 more week, and then he has to join in again. He's fine with it. He would love to not have to do any physical activity. He definitely gets that from me. So he's healing well. Thank you. He almost died. He is not comfortable having people know exactly what happened to him, and I'm trying to respect that. But we had a scare, and it was extremely serious, and we had to run him to the emergency room, and he was in surgery for an hour. And he's expected to make a full recovery, but it was a very scary time. That was about 2 weeks ago. So he is healing up well. Like, we got the best possible result out of a terrible situation. Mug not doing Octo. I just finished doing a giveaway, so just kind of cooling off right now. It's good to hear. Yes. Talk about a Merry Christmas present for that bill. Oh, dude, we were dude, I have to laugh about it or else I'll cry. So, again, without telling you what it was, he was in surgery for 1 hour, and then we were at the hospital for many hours while he was resting and recuperating, okay? But he was in surgery. He used 1 hour of a surgeon's time and the anesthesiologist and stuff like that, right? $30,000 bill. 30 grand was what we got in the mail. Now, as an American, we send that off to the insurance company and pray to God, or any God that'll listen, that they are going to cover as much of that as possible, and then we get hit with the rest of it. But that is the bill that we got for the 1 hour in surgery. You just killed me in PoE too? Yeah. Dude, it killed me right in the soul too. They didn't send it to the insurance first. I mean, they might have sent it to both at the same time, but we're waiting to see what they're going to cover. So we'll probably get hit with a couple of grand hit, which, you know, it's like, okay, well, you know, it's my kid, you know, I'm going to work it off, but yeah, it sucks. Because, yeah, in case you're wondering, I don't, dude, I'm doing okay financially. I don't have that in the back pocket. I'm sorry if your debt guy's doing good. I am too. I am too. And he freaked out about it a little bit too when he found out. And I was like, dude, don't worry about it. It's paper. We'll work off the paper. The important thing is that you're alive and well. But yeah, it sucks. Imagine having healthcare and not needing to pay that. We have health insurance. But, yo, yeah, I wish I had healthcare like some of y'all's countries have, for sure. $30K, brother, that's a liver transplant in my country? No. There's a running joke here that, if you, like, break your hip, rather than get a hip replacement in America, it's cheaper to, like, fly to Asia, get a hip replacement, learn the language, live there for a year, break your hip again, replace your hip a second time, and fly back to America than it is to get the transplant in America. It's so terrible. My wife almost lost her eye this year from an infection she got from work, and one of the grafts she needed was $15K. I pay like $100. That's good. That's good. Yeah, well, you have health insurance, not health care? Yes, I am quite aware. I am quite aware. Cancept, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. America, yeah. You call it insurance, I call all of American healthcare the government-approved fraud system without everything is priced. Oh yeah, dude, I feel especially bad for people with diabetes that need to buy like insulin regularly. Because there's been points in time where insulin prices just went up by like 800%. So it's, yeah, it's bad, it's terrible. After you get the bill back, ask for charity care. Charity? The only charity here is my pantry. Insulin should be free. In a perfect world, I think it should be free, but there are people that have to do work to make insulin. I think it should have a very cheap cost to cover those people. Unless it's like, you know, government funded or something. And then, you know, maybe, but yeah, it sucks. It's dumb. I had a car wreck a decade ago. I got a $37K bill for a broken arm and a wrist when I was told I had to pay $18K, but the hospital forgave the bill because I proved I was too broke. Insulin is free in Brazil. The government funds it. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, that's great. That's great. I recently had to take a medication based on insulin. I live in Canada and it cost me $10, but I could even use my special card to get it free. Cool. In my mind, you said my special card was like a stolen credit card. This is my special card. I had a 10-hour-long surgery. I paid like $1 for the hot chocolate at the vending machine. Oh, that was another thing. When I was in the hospital, there was a when I was pacing. There was a vending machine I kept walking past, and I was looking at it like, not to get anything, but I was just looking at it. It had no prices. It had a slot to put in a credit card, but you didn't even know how much it was going to charge your credit card for like a bag of chips or something. And I was like, that's pretty effed up. Then I went back to pacing. Isn't that illegal? I have no idea. Isn't insulin cheap in the US since a troll on Twitter that used the blue check mark to represent an insulin manufacturer? I don't, hold on. How much is insulin in the USA currently? I don't know. I don't know if this is accurate. I have no idea. Let's see. More Americans can now get insulin for a $35 cap. So I guess there was a cap instituted there or something. There's this little chart that pops up. Yeah. Recent major changes mean many people pay around $35 monthly thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act capping costs for Medicare users and manufacturers, like blah, 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 blah. Without insurance or with older plans, prices could go up to $1,000 per vial, while generics and patient assistance programs offer much lower prices. Sometimes as low as $25 to $35 for a month's supply. Yeah. Yep. If hospitals were transparent, price would be low. Oh yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that's messed up about that in the world that we live. Oh, most unfortunate. Let's see. Let's see if I can get in on this. Will you go get the art contest weapons at Guild Wars? No. I don't think so. I looked at them and I don't think any of them would fit any of my characters, so I don't need them. They look cool though, especially the torch with the chains in the hands. That was my favorite one. Let's see, people doing this. What's that waypoint macro? That is event table, which is in Blish HUD, exclamation Blish if you want it. And you can click on an event and it'll move the screen to the waypoint and click on the waypoint. I got here just in time, look at that. I was at Dragon Con in Atlanta a couple years back, was thirsty and saw a fully stocked vending machine, which looked a lot nicer than the massive lines for food. $4.50 for a soda, noped away from it. Oh yeah. Anytime there's, I don't know, like a con or like a vending machine that's like a Disneyland or like a fair or something like that, like people always overcharge for those because you can't go anywhere else at that point. Like, I remember, I didn't end up getting it. I remember one time I was at, like, God, what was it? It was, like, Disneyland or Six Flags or something. I was in, like, a park, right? Like, a amusement park type thing. And there was, some kind of fast food chain in there that I liked. I don't remember what it was. Like, it might have been Panda Express. It could have been, like, Wendy's or McDonald's. And the prices were, like, it was, like, $10 for a burger. $5 for fries. So I was like, oh, my God, never mind. I went to a baseball game once, hot dog and pop was $14. Yep, captive audience, as someone else said. There was like, in some ways it makes sense. Like there was one time I went snowboarding, and when you're like halfway down the mountain, there's a restaurant. Like you had to ski or snowboard to get to the restaurant. So that meant to get like the food there each day, they had to like load it on snowmobiles and stuff to get it up there. And like, it's like, okay, well that's like a major pain in the butt. And the price, they were like premium prices for good hamburger and fries. And it's like, okay, well like if you want to eat, you know, this is the only place here. It's on the side of the mucking mountain. And so it's like, all right, I get it. But there's other times when it's just like, you know, in Disneyland or something, it's like, okay, come on, you just drove that here. It doesn't have to be this much, but you're choosing to make it this much. I'm getting CC'd so much. I went to an NFL game a few months ago and it cost me $65 for 2 hot chocolates and a shot of Bailey's each. Yeah. Can you define good? What did I say? Oh, I said good burger and fries. That was good, like better than Wendy's, but it wasn't like a, you know, it wasn't like the best burger I'd ever had. Like, it's a burger I think was probably worth $5, but they charged 10. But it's like, okay, well, I'm on the side of a mucking mountain. Sure, I'll pay $10 for a big burger. Yeah, it's a little crazy, but, you know, this was years back, too. Like, this was over 10 years ago. So, I don't know. By today's standards, they might charge $50. should have just stayed at the other end. The other pylons would have been closer. Stop lying through your teeth, Muck. You did no sport ever. Didn't say I did a sport. I said I did snowboarding. And honestly, dude, I am a skeleton with skin. Snowboarding is mostly about balance more than like muscle. Like, I mean, unless you're trying to do like a 360 kickflip or some freaking crazy thing. But no, just tearing down the mountain is mostly just balance. And yeah, I could do that. Speaking of cons, I went to one this weekend, got a lot of photos and autographs, including Orion's voice actor. The tote bag from your merch store was a lifesaver. Did you know it can carry 6 Funko Pops with wiggle room? No, I didn't know that. I have to put that testimonial on there. For $10, I could get a combo plate from my local Chinese place and get a bigger portion. I mean, okay, how far are we going to take this? For $10, I could get 30 Maruchan chicken flavor cup noodles, you know? And I could have way more meals than what you had. You know? Like, and then some other guy's going to come along, well, for $10, I bought a bag of rice. And you know, it's, yeah, I mean, we could just keep going with this. Uh-oh. Out! I made a mistake.
I feel it, champion. The connection's weak.
For $10, I bought stock prices. Oh man, you made the worst deal. You can't eat those. I live in California. I can't get anything for $10. Oh man, that's like when I went on my trip to Seattle. Everything was way more expensive. And when anytime Seattle or people were like, "Oh, it's not that bad," I was like, "Dude, see the price on that gas station? That's double where I live in Georgia. Like that is actually double." This power, it's so wild.
Get to the prisms. I'm coming. Hold on, Ori. Champion.
Georgia, Samuk is 1/4 Asian. Oh god. Prime orders. Now Kith. Sweet home Alabama. Ba-da-na-na-na-na.
It's done, champion.
$10 is my country's GDP. Rose over in the YouTube chat praising South Africa. Not all have fun. See ya, bye. I heard that song in the car and thought of you. Glad I could leave my mark in the world. Ooh, Warbringer backpack. Look at that thing. That's my favorite Leggy backpack, but it clips through my hat really bad, so I don't use it. Hi. What's up? Rose is still doing Guild Wars 2. He's in the YouTube chat right now. I don't know if he's still doing Guild Wars 2. I haven't talked to him in a little bit. Little bit. Chip. Yeah, he's... Spooked him. He was looking down and I started petting the top of his head and he jumped. He's back. Ah! Ah! The mighty beast. He hungers. Look at those peoples. Freaking huge! Hang on a second. Okay. Now my hand's covered. The mighty hunter. Oh, there we go. He craves blood. Yeah. Bro has his own chair. I have a second chair in here, and often, like, if my kid wants to hang out in here, he'll come in and he'll be in the chair, and he'll be like reading or playing on his Switch, or my wife might come in and sit in it. But yeah, Chip usually, hang on, he's got a cat tower to my left right here, and often if he wants to be in here, he'll hang out there. But sometimes he just chooses to use the chair. You know, cats be cats. They just jump where they want to jump. We have trained him that there's a few spots we do not, we will be upset. Like, if, like, he knows we don't want him on the kitchen counters, for example. So he doesn't do that. I've been watching the shorts of you progressing through the expansions of the engineer rows. It's great. Do you plan to make an edited video out of those streams, or do I need to catch the VODs? It's not a cat tower, it's a throne. Okay. No aluminum foil. No. I don't remember if it was Chip or our past cat, but there was a while we had like double-sided tape along the edges of the counter. So if one of them jumped up there, they were like, "Ew!" And then they would get back down, and that's how we trained them not to get up there. And so after like a week or two of leaving that tape there, which was a mild annoyance for the humans in the house, we took it down, and they learned that it was like just not fun up there. Past cat. When my wife and I were dating, when my wife and I had just gotten married and moved into an apartment together, she wanted a cat. And a cat, we can't have one cat, it'd be lonely, I have to have two cats. So we got two cats, and then we had them for a while, and they were fine. And when when Gabe was born, one of the cats was like hissing at Gabe. And Anna was afraid it was going to, like, claw him or something while he was an infant. So she got a new home for them. But they should be well cared for if they're still around today. Because that was 14 years ago, because Gabe is 14 now. But those were our previous cats. What were their names? There was a black cat named Amy and a gray cat named Jax. I think I might... Jax was the same... I've told you guys about the ceiling cat. Oh, hold on a sec. Okay. This is a very old, grainy phone, but that's them. I've joked with you guys about the ceiling cat thing. Hang on. They should be in here somewhere. Where is it? Ah, here we go. Perfect. Okay. That's the top of a door frame. This is what I was dealing with. He would jump off of something, jump onto the top of the door, and then go on the top of door frames, like a freaking goat. And I would, like, walk through the door, and he would drop down on my shoulder, and my soul would leave my body, chat. He would just do this from time to time. Is that the one that hissed? No, it was the other one. It was the black one that would hiss sometimes. There was another... Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here we go. Okay, so there was a day that I was in the shower, and I finished in the shower, and he was looking down at me. And I left the shower, got my phone, came back and stepped into the shower, and I took this picture. This is him creeping on me. That's an open door, and he's on top of the door, looking down over the shower curtain. Like, I don't know, some kind of convict. But, dude, like, you know, the old ceiling cat is watching you. We had ceiling cat. And he scared my... He gave me a small heart attack so many times. But yeah, that was Jax. That was Jax. And I got a lot of other pics of him just being stupid. But... yeah, I think that's it. That's cats? Yeah. Well, Jax is the only cat I ever knew that would do that. You got games on that phone? Yeah. That cat is concerned while you're willingly hanging out in falling water? Yep. Better question, Muck. Why do you shower with the door open? Because my bedroom was... I was the only one home. And it was like, you know, beyond that door was the bedroom. Like, the bedroom door was closed. But, like, the door between the bathroom and the bedroom, like, when I was in the house alone, I didn't care. What? What? Oh. He's back. Ah. Chip wants to fight. No, he just came in and yelled hi and jumped back into the chair. He's in the chair right now. Oh, let's see. What do we have? I have one that sits on top of the toilet and paws the shower door every time I'm in there. I imagine she's trying to save me. Trying to save you. For reals, love your work, Muck, even though you like Asuras for some reason. I just like the little dude, big wizard hat shtick. You know? Like the guy from Final Fantasy, Vigar from League of Legends, this guy. I just think little dude, oversized wizard hat is fun. If it was a different game and they had like gnomes or goblins or something like that, I'd probably play that. As long as I could find a wizard hat somewhere. I have a cat that sits on top of the toilet and paws at the shower door every time I'm in there. I imagine she's trying to save me. I like being a giant blue cat flashbang. It brings me joy to be the only one that can see. You must play Luminary. What race did you play in WoW? Depends on the time period, but the thing I played the most in WoW is I was on a Horde. And when they added Death Knights, we were, like, trying to do server-first raiding, and the fight Malagos had just come out. And it required Death Knights to do, the pull mechanic that they had. And so me and one other guy rolled DKs to handle that, and so I ended up playing DK just, like, for the next 10 years. So I was an undead Death Knight. So I was a zombie dude for that period. But for vanilla, I was an orc. For Burning Crusade, I was mostly playing a blood elf. But I was undead for the largest period of time. Back in EverQuest, I was a troll, like a 7-foot-tall green troll. So I was at the opposite end of the height spectrum. Instead of being the shortest race, I was the tallest one. What? You can hang. Come on. He's like, why am I not the center of attention? Love me! Let's see. Can you get Ship to play? I mean, he's pretty wired right now. He looks like he wants to bite right now. Do you know if there's a way to see how close you are to get a reward from each of the Char commendations in Drizzlewood? Yeah, don't they have like a reward track? inside the achievement panel. Like Glory to the Blood Legion. You got your points here, and then you got like the tiers. So yeah, you could, so I'm tier 4, or I'm working on tier 4. So I'm 850 out of 1,000, which would then get me that. So yeah, you would just need to track this. Is the adventure guide worth doing when you're already level 80? I mean, it might give XP, which, you know, would get you towards spirit shards or masteries. If you could make a race playable in Guild Wars 2, what race would you want to play? I am very happy with Asura, but if I, for some insane reason, had the ability to add a race to the game, I think the community would love me more if I gave them either Tengu or Koden. I don't intend to play it, but I think I would earn a lot of brownie points if I did that. So I think if I made one, you know, snapped my fingers and magically made one of those, I think the community would be happy with me. Skrit could be funny. Hylek? Oh god, freed frogs. I just want to bird up. Bird up. I want to play a centaur. That would be tricky in small dungeons. Would a Skrit antiquary summon humans? Now you're asking the good questions. That would be funny. Tiny humans that run around and grab things. Muck, are you gonna play Baba tonight? I could. We could devote the last bit of time to Baba, and I could bang my head against that if you want to see that. Is that what we want? Playing Centaur and chasing humans in PvP would be fun. I just want a group of friends role-playing Vermintide in Guild Wars 2 to get loot and blow up cities. I want purple balls. Well, you should have won them, Charmon. Asura Antiquary seems a bit on the nose considering how much Asura experiment on them. Yeah. We could do that. Hang on. I didn't really have anything planned after the giveaway. We've just been chatting. Okay. What's Baba? It is a weird puzzle game. Hang on. We'll switch over. We got about 90 minutes left. We'll try it out. So at the beginning, it was really easy puzzles. And I'm at the point where they're getting pretty difficult. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this. I don't know if I'm going to be smart enough to finish this. Okay. Did we finish 2? Yeah, we finished 2. Alright, so we're on 3 now. Alright, so I'll try to explain this for people that have not seen this. So there's a bunch of messages around the map that give you the rules. So, right above me it says rock is defeat. So if I touch a rock, I die. Okay, that's simple. Baba is you. Okay, so I'm this white thing called Baba. Flag is win. So near the bottom right is a flag. I have to get there. Alright. Love is telly, and love is push. Okay. So if I get rid of the push, now I can use it to teleport. But water instantly kills me also. Alright. So... now the question is, what do we do? Now you can move rules around. Like I could do that. And then I could move the heart around. Alright, I'm gonna undo that. This is gonna get very complicated? Yeah. So I can teleport one of the words over here. Oh, water is melt and defeat. Love is hot. Okay. So if I can get... Ha. Ah. So, oh god, this is so weird. Push the heart in the water. Well, that's the thing though. If I teleport, like, look, I can't teleport while push is in effect. So I gotta teleport, and then I've gotta get the push rule in effect while I'm on this side. Then I push the heart into the water. So the trick to this is how do I get the push rule reattached to the sentence over there after I teleport? Let me see. So, what if we get rid of that? No, then it just phases right through it, so that's not it. That's not it. This is not Guild Wars 2. It's not. This is Baba Is You. It's another game that we've been trying to beat. It's like a weird puzzle game. Heart? Wait, hold on, what? So now every time I move it teleports. Need to change category. Wait, didn't I? Oh, for fudge sakes. It didn't update. Hold on, I'm forcing it to refresh. Baba is Guild Wars? Yeah. Okay, there we go. I told it to update. Alright. I do not know what to do. Love is Telly. Just to try something stupid. Can I connect this? Push is Telly? No, can't do that. So I can have Love is Telly, Love is Push, or Love is both. That's it. And we've got walls around us, so I cannot access any of the other rules on the map to mess with them. Baba is a small char. Can you push the push button into the heart? Yeah, we already did that once. But it doesn't allow us to get rid of the water. See? So yeah, we can do that, but it doesn't help. I think it has something to do with teleporting the rocks. That doesn't work though. Love is push is no, it's not gonna work. Push is telly, we've already tried. It doesn't form a sentence. I think when a sentence has the weird, like the background around a word, like that has to be an end word. It has to be an end word. Okay, so can push through. What if I do that and then do that? That doesn't really help at all. I have a stupid idea. No. I was trying to see if I could push a word through the teleporter before it decides the teleporter is broken, but that does not work. Can you have telly is push? No, push is telly and telly is push don't work. They're both end words. That does not work. Are any of these wall sections fake? Doesn't look like it. All that water is real. Muck is defeat. Yeah, dude. Man, should I keep trying to figure this out or should I let chat help? I am not seeing it. I can push the is or the push through the teleporter, but then on the other side I can't do anything with them. I need to be able to push a heart on the other side into the water. However, it's not pushable unless the thing over there is reconnected. Hang on. There. Ah! Wait. No, we have a problem. We have a problem. So, okay. Hold on. There. Oh my god. That was so stupid. Okay. That was the first one. This game is brilliant. Buying it right now. This will be an excellent use of my 4090. Do you feel your brain expanding? Oh man, I'm getting a headache, alright. Baba is you. Blank is telly. Flag is win. Wall is stop. So I could change ice to telly. Key is push. Tree is stop, text is float. Key is open, door is shut and stop. So... Alright. Ice is Telly. He goes over there. Baba is Telly. Trust me, guys, I have a plan. Wait. I thought the key would teleport when I ran into it with Baba. That didn't work. Oh, wait, I get it. Alright, so... Ice is Telly. Oh, I broke Kia's push at some point. Okay. Okay, so now the key's in there. So now let's do... Baba is Telly? Oh, wow. Okay, hang on. Let's go back to the restart. So... I could do this and become the ice cubes. However, that's a one-way trip. I would not be able to go back to being Baba. So I don't think that's it. So I think it's Ice's Telly, and then we go over there. And then leave that there. And then what's next? All right, Baba is Telly. Okay, so now we got ice there. So now we've changed ice is Telly again. Okay, we did successfully get the key where I wanted it. However, I can't push it upward. So before I teleport the ice, I have to extend my reach a bit. Like that. That would work. How'd you get past the rocks in the water? With genius! Alright, ice is Telly. There we go. Okay. Oh my goodness. 5. Haunt. Leaf is defeat. So it is. Ghost is Telly. Baba is you. We've got the word push, love, and win. Foliage is stop. Win is in a corner and can't be moved. Okay, hang on. So what I could do here is change ghost to push. Okay, I was going to try to push the ghost over the word defeat, but it did not work. Can I push it into the word is? No, I cannot. Can I push it over the leaf? Dang it. I'm trying to get the leaf to the other spot. It's not going to work. So I can push the ghost over the leaf and teleport the murder leaf all over the place. Oh, I could change it to be ghost is you, and I could take control of the ghost. Oh, I thought that would kill the leaf. Crap. I thought that one ghost would kill the leaf and then I could use the other ghost to win it, but it doesn't work that way. Okay. So we've got access to the heart now. So now we need to get an is down here. So it says love is win. Then touching the heart will win the game. Now if I break the is that's here, I lose. So because something is you, something needs to be me. Ghost is you, Ghost is Telly, Ghost is push. So what I am trying to decide, can you even move the is? Yeah, look. But as soon as I break Baba is you, then nothing is me. There is no me, right? So, here's my current thoughts. There's 3 ises on the map. Foliage is stop at the top left. Can't reach it, it's out. Leaf is defeat. Is against the wall. I could push it left or right, but that's it. I cannot get above it to push it down. So that's out. That leaves this one in the middle, which has the is me thing, which is a problem. So I could, little by little, possibly move it downward. Actually, I don't know if I could move it downward. Like, I could do that. And then there's nothing that's me. Can you teleport words? In certain cases? The problem right now is that... Hold on, I have to undo some stuff. Alright, Ghost is push. Alright, so I can push this now, and I can push words, but I can't push the words into the ghost. See that? It just pushes both of them. So I can't teleport words because I can't push them into the ghost. If I change it to Ghost is Telly, then we... Well, there's the murder leaf bouncing all over the place is one thing. But I can't push it into the word love. Hang on. Ghost is Telly, Ghost is push. And the writing always has to be either written to the right or to downward. So I can't have, like, something is love and it's gonna work. It will not work. The only way to utilize this win is to get an is right here, and then it's love is win. See, Leaf is defeat, Ghost is Telly, Ghost is push, Baba is you. Do sentences have to be a straight line? Yes, either written to the right or downward. They can't be written left or upward. So Ghost is you, Baba is you. Ghost is Telly, Ghost is push. I can't push them into the foliage either. So It's a dangerous leaf. Yeah, there's always something dangerous. What's the basics of the game? Concept, basically the words are the rules. So look in the top left corner. It says foliages stop. That means all the foliages are current walls. They stop me. Leaf is defeat is written right here. And if I were to touch this leaf, I'd lose. Baba is you. Baba is this little white creature. So as long as it says Baba is you, then I am that character. But if I were to change the rule so it says ghost is you, now I'm the ghost. Right? Then, reading it downward, right now it says ghost is push. So I can push the ghosts around. But if I change it to where it says ghost is telly, now they're teleporters. So whatever sentences you make determines what the pieces on the board do. To get past a level, you need to hook something up to win. So something is win. Now because it's in the corner, I think I have to get an is word down here. So it says love is win. Then touching the heart over there, I win the level. Now there's only 3 is on the map. Foliage is stop in the top left. I can't reach it, it's out of reach. Leaf is defeat, but although I could push this sentence left and right, I can't push the is downward. That means the only is right here. Which is very confusing to me, because I don't know how I'm supposed to get that down here, because the moment you break the is you sentence, I no longer have a character. I just lost. You can't drag? No. Unless that's a word on there. But by default, no. So somehow we have to get the is down here. So like, for example, let me mess around with this. I could do ghost is push, right? And I could put this up here. And then ghost is telly. Actually, that's not what I meant to do. Now the word push is teleporting all over. That's not what we wanted. Alright, undo a lot. Okay. Anyway, so that's what's going through my head right now. My head, my brain's telling me I have to use the is that is in Baba is you to get to love is when. But then I won't have a something is you sentence and I'll immediately lose the game. So foliage's stop is behind a wall. I can't reach it. Leaf is defeat. I don't think I can push this into that either. Yeah, I can't push that up. So I can't like put the ghost under the word is and teleport it. Hey Fippy, thank you for that, appreciate that. So I could do ghost is you and control the 2 ghosts. Leaf still kills me though. I could do Baba is telly, but there's no other Baba on the map, so that doesn't help. Baba is push, and then I could be a ghost and push Baba around. I don't see how that helps. Muck, if you solve this, I'm going to sleep early this time. Dude, these are... I don't even know if I'm halfway through this game and these puzzles are taking me this much time. Ghost is pushed. Ghost is telling. I was wondering if I could push something up to leaf, so it says leaf is something going downward, but I don't see a way to push things up without breaking the is you sentence. Is there a difference if you're Baba or the ghost? No, you just control different things. You just control a different piece on the board. Can I push them through the foliage? No. So I can push them through the leaf. And then teleport it around. Go outside. This doesn't really help. So that's a solid wall. And now we've got the murder leaf right there. Okay, so now we've got the hearts inside here, which I don't know if that helps me at all. Love can only be going to the right, which hits foliage, or down, so it can only be love is win. It can't be love is anything else. I don't have another is to get down there. You know what? I don't know. I don't know. Because it's like, I can't move that. I can't move that. And if I try to move this down here, I break the is you rule, and I then lose the game. I do not see how I can get an is down here. All right, I fold. What do you guys got? Do any of you see it? I'm accepting input. Can you telly a word? Sometimes. Ghost is you. Well, if I do that, it's immediately going to kill one of them. Unless I restart. Can the two ghosts as you push two words? Oh, okay, that opens a possibility. All right, hang on. Okay, so leaf is... what? Push? Or leaf is ghost? Okay, great. So... now I have 3 ghosts. Okay. What could I do with 3 ghosts? Yo, Mike, I resubbed to WoW. I'm so sorry. Go back to the rhythm game. I beat the rhythm game. Set up is... wait, what? Left of leaf while ghost does not push. Huh? Can you use the 2 ghosts and the Baba to push down the Baba is you and ghost is you? They can no longer be pushed down because I can't get above them now. Well, actually, hold on a second. You can set up the right sign. Bro, what? Push Baba to the left. But yeah, I have to be above it though. I can't push it to the left and be above it and ready to push down. The ghosts. Use the ghost. I can only use the ghost by doing this, and now there's even less room above it. I don't just take control of the ghost anytime I want, I have to push the word in. Ghost is push. How do we create ghost as push with this setup? Hard to explain, you'll figure it out. I don't know if I will. Go back to when you didn't push it all up. That was here. That was this one. From reset, make ghost is push. Then push ghost to the very top. Okay, but I don't think that's gonna work, but okay. Then Ghost is Telly. Push words into Ghosts. That word is going crazy now. Alright, that's just so they shut up with the teleporting. Crap. Alright. Put the other ghost between love and win. Ah, crap. They merged, hang on. It's kind of borked now. Dang it! Dude, this is this level, whatever is going on here, it's very strict. You want one ghost before is and one on love is win, so you can push the... Yeah, but it's like how... Set up the ghost first. That is much easier said than done. Like, you move them both at the same time. Go back until you only pushed one ghost up top. When was that? Like, I control the ghost at the same time. I can't just have one go down there. Oh, wait, I see. Okay, you're talking about, like, this. I get it, I get it, I get it. Alright, this level's making me think I'm not gonna be able to handle the rest of the game. Oh god dang it. It's never, love is not win when I step on it. Love is only win when I it's out of sync. Spacebar? What the hell does spacebar do? Does that just like skip a turn? Wow, okay, I didn't know it did that. I did not know that did that. Oh man. All right, you know what? Hold on, hold on. Hold on, where's the worst thing? What's level 11? Hedges, hedges, stop and not push. Alright, you know what? I think I'm good. I think I needed way too much help on that last one. I think I might not be cut out for the rest of this. I think I have to just admit it. Like, I had a lot of fun on the first, like, 20 levels. But now we're at a point where it's like, I'm just not cutting it. I'm not cutting it. Alright, I need a breather from that. Maybe we'll come back to that later, but I'm done for now. PG3, by the way. Like, there's 200 levels. Well, I know where I stand. How about that? Let me look at the reviews. I thought it was a cozy game. I was wrong. I was extremely wrong. It starts out as a fun puzzle game, and it gets more complicated as you go. You push words around and create rules. If you want to play the main map and do cozy puzzling, not caring if you complete it, go for it. But be warned, if you want to go all the way 100% of this game, you will hate yourself more and more the deeper you go. It gets confusing and frustrating, and some people are into that. Baba is you is mental breakdown. Mental breakdown is win. Oh my god. This is great. So many puzzles seem impossible. You feel like you've tried every possible thing there is to do, and after a while you come back and see a super cool solution you didn't even think about. That aha moment when you see the solution is incredible.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Sphincter Sauce.
Oh my god. Ugh. Thanks, Anon. Monk, if you have a moment, I'd highly recommend checking out Punchy. Something do the GW2 speedrun of the game. It's about 25 minutes. It's insane. When you are moving around the level tiles on the open world map. Punchy? Haven't played before. When I saw the teleport rule, my instant thought was, can you teleport words? And use that to move one to love is one. Yeah, I knew you could teleport words. I just didn't see the solution. You guys helped on that one. Mind over magic tomorrow night? Yeah, I think so. I don't have it prepared right now. I didn't think I was going to chicken out on Baba's tonight. Well, just to give you guys like a teaser. This is what I purchased for tomorrow. It's made by the people who made Oxygen Not Included. It's like Oxygen Not Included, but Wizard School. I thought it looked really cool. Plenty of time. Well, hang on. Let me see. Let me see how long it takes. I'll see how long it takes to download. Okay. Oni was great. It was indeed. It was indeed. That's not what I meant to do. Fun fact, I added this game to my cart when it was $5 off. And then when I went to checkout, the sale ended right then. And I paid the full price. It was like right at the end of the sale the other day. Have you seen Rabbit and Steel before? No, I have not. You can solve another Baba puzzle while this one is downloading. I promise you I cannot. One of the few games I played in super early access, then played it on release again and have 90 hours or so. Nice. Baba is a game I adore with all my heart, but is not for the faint of heart. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Don't usually start a game with like 30 minutes left, but mind over magic. Alright, let's see. Usually I open games off stream to make sure the volume is good and stuff before I do stuff on stream. But fingers crossed this time. Maybe we'll get the Metro cinematic and it won't skip it later. Have you looked at the Telltale games? I have not played the Telltale games. I'm aware of them, haven't played them. Gotta get to bed. See you, Kansas. Gotta get to bed. Just want to know which Let's Play Longbow gets some tips. Appreciate your content, and you've been bringing this last week. Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, like I said, Longbow, recommend the Gale Shot. Okay, Mind Over Magic. Made by the same folks that made Oxygen Not Included, I do believe. This one is about magic, rather than little dudes teleported into a space rock. Saw this one on Steam. I thought it looked pretty cool, and here we are. We are going to try it out. Start new game. Mind Over Magic is a game where you build your own school for mages. You don't directly control your mages, however. Instead, you place objects for them to build and select tasks that need to be done based on priorities you set. You will need to experiment, fail, remodel, and try again. Even though there is danger and pressure, the game is designed to let you try and try again, even without restarting. Creative, relaxed, standard, relentless. Best choice for most players. The world teaches tough lessons, but backs off when you're struggling. Okay. Standard. Select architectural style. Default set of room keywords with a relatively even mix of all keywords recommended for new players. Enemies possess additional capabilities that increase strategic complexity of battles. Iron Man mode? Not for the first time. Faction availability. Terrain hills. Show tutorial. Yeah, show tutorial. Muck finished. Oh yeah, I did finish Dispatch. Yeah. I finished all of Dispatch. Once a school stood here, but our hubris led us astray. A terrible curse now sustains a deadly fog and crushes our conviction with the weight of its malice. You must rebuild the school and train brilliant new mages to brave the horrors of the underschool and break the curse once and for all. Evelyn, founder, Their Mages College. Select starting staff. Alright. Quick, who wants to be in the game? It says I can rename them. We got a lady wizard, and a Frankenstein, and a furry. Alright, first three that responded were Windshark, Leica, and Whiskey Red Wolf Dog. Okay, well, you've got to be the furry. Alright, let's see, Leica, Snail, and Windshark. Okay. Shadow Cloak, Tentacle Sweep. Oh my god, they have so many weird abilities and stuff. Alright, I don't know what to do with all that information. Okay. Mana Font. Restores mana for mages. Performing Repel Fog rituals purifies the mana font, forcing the fog to retreat and revealing more land and advanced resources. Repel Fog, okay. Whiskey. Repel the Fog Whiskey. Okay. Explore. Contains valuable resources such as iron and stone. Recommended mage level 2. I don't think anyone's ready for that. Codex. In the bottom center of the screen are time controls. Pause the game by clicking the pause icon or pressing space. Control the speed at which time progresses by clicking the 3 play buttons or cycling through the speeds using Q or E. Moving the camera. Hold right click or use WASD. Feed messages. Top left has the feed. Tools. The bottom left and right of the screen have various tools. Views and information to explore. Exit any menu or selection by hitting escape. If nothing is selected, the escape key brings up the pause menu. Remap controls. Alright. So I can pause. Student Summoner. A ritual site used to summon the initiate destined for a wand. More powerful rituals can summon initiates with extra potential. Choose a wand to grant to a new mage. Nature? You don't have a nature wand. Okay, so I don't have any wands. I can't do this. Properties. Okay. Shop. Okay. Alright, so if this is like Oni, can I do like gather and then just like drag the mouse here? Can't drag the mouse, but I can just select a ton of stuff. Alright, so that should keep them busy for a while, I guess. And we got a ghost, too. I like how he makes, like, axe blades with his wand. That's kind of neat. Okay. Builds... furniture, crafting, more stone and sinew, teaching, learning stone. Let's see, collect resources. Yeah, we're doing it. Okay. Assemble arcane secretary. Build a room with entrances. Okay, builds door. Just enclose that in for now, see what happens. Okay. We'll speed the game up a little bit here. Okay, so we're gonna need a lot more stone for this. And what is Arcane Secretary? Use the build tool to place an Arcane Secretary. Build furniture? No, craft. There it is. Requires 25 stone. Alright, Mugger Chat, I'm Audie for tonight. See you, Val. So we need a lot of stone. Can I cancel? Let's see, lighting, wand. Oh god. Oh, here we go. Alright, yeah. Cancel on the trees. Have them focus on stone. So the ghost student, I guess you always get this one? Like a snail now likes using earth. Like a earth. Okay. Guess I'll put this here. Speeding it up more. Okay, one of them is building this thing. It's taking a while, though. Alright, while that's going, let's pause. Construction. Figure this wall out more.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1
do that
sub
right.
to Butt Juicy Drippings.
Bro! It's gross. Alright, I bet you're the one that's making these accounts. I bet you're going and making these nasty accounts and then gifting them subs. It's a full-time job for you. Okay, research gruel pot. Open routes. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's Path of Exile all over again. It said gruel pot? Okay, so now we've got a research station. Okay. Build... How do I make the background? How do I make the back wall? Alright, explore the spine. What is the difference between the blue ones and the yellow ones? Preparing for explore. Alright, I'm sending the students off to their death. Oh wait, I actually control them? What, in the Final Fantasy? Whiskey cast water gun. It's sort of effective. Like a snail. Shadow cloak. Wind shark. Multi-strike. Dude, you missed both of them. Alright. Flow. Dodge. Okay. So tentacle sweep costs health, but less health if you have shadow cloak. Tentacles. Dude, did you miss both again? Good God. What's going on? Is he out of mana? He can't cast flow anymore. Oh, dang! Like a snail, finally pulling some weight. Adds hasten to an ally for 2 rounds. Can act at the beginning of each round in addition to their spot. Alright, haste on Leica. There we go. Alright. 90% of the damage was like a snail summoning tentacles. Okay. Alright, so... Pause. So the research is going. We have to enclose a room and build 2 entrances to a room. Alright, so I've got side walls and doors. I still don't get how to make, like, back walls if I need to. Do I just make a roof over it? What? No, don't freaking do that. Wonk? What is a wonk? Max Wonk? What are you talking about? Alright, maybe it'll, like, close in the back after the roof is there. Okay, I successfully enclosed a room. Alright, you need ice petals. Research a new tech. Okay, done. Alright, no research selected. Open research. So, rustic gourmet can make gruel pot, a station to cook meals. Alright. You can make a ceiling by using floor? That doesn't make any sense. Healing waters. Let's get that. Assemble a gruel pot. Need more iron. What's happening? Rituals. Repel the fog. Wait, what? Well, I guess they all get XP for it. Alright. All of you children. Teamwork children. Perform the ritual. I guess the fog is bad, I guess. I like how they don't have any teachers or anything. It's just these 3 kids. How long is this gonna take? We are the teachers? Don't know if I buy that. You don't seem qualified. Alright. Gruel pot. Okay, so I can't, like, put down the blueprint before getting the stuff. I have to get the stuff first. Alright, let's see. Gather. Let's get the stone. I don't know if that gets iron or not. They need a proper room to sleep, which they don't currently have. Okay, assemble a medical bed. I'd probably need to research the medical bed. I don't think I have that yet. Like treating those teachers worse than the U.S. education system? What do you mean? I'm trying to get stuff done, but honestly, the ghost works through the night. Maybe we just let them all die and become ghosts, and then we get more ghosts. Founder's grave contains Evelyn. Oh, Evelyn the ghost? That's their grave? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Priority. Who is good at research? Like a snail is a hair better than the others. Alright, like a snail, you focus on research. You can rename the founder to be you. So, what, I am dead? Founder Mukluk. Douglas Barthol. Oh, it doesn't all fit. I hit that limit count. Alright, Mukluk. Okay. Build furniture, medical bed. Now, can I move things? Yes, I can. Okay, so I can build something wherever, and then I can move it later. So we'll put that there for now. Alright, so build... floor. Okay, hold on, can I... How do I... I'm gonna replace this with floor, as someone suggested.
Hey, look, it's the tree of birds. How are
Actually, hold on. We can do that later. That doesn't have to be done now. All right, build cot. Let's do that. Also, hello, Bertree. Did you beat Baba as you? One of us was beaten. Yes. Okay, medical bed getting built. Next is figuring out where to get iron. So it looks like there's some for doing that fight. Oh, there's a bunch for doing that fight. Alright, so we got to do some battles to get iron, I think. So I thought we might get iron when getting the stone, but we are absolutely not. Alright, research. Alright, so critical care is done. What is this? A place to bury a corpse. Oh god. No, no one's gonna die. Light. Grow gutberry vines. Probably need that at some point. So, Windshark was sleeping in the bed and Whiskey was just like shooting him with a water gun. I don't know what that was about. Crafting, grill pot. Alright, so we need iron for the grill pot. We need sinew for that. Learning stone? Used to teach initiates any skill. We have no initiates. Wall torch. Whiskey leveled up making a torch. Alright. Let's try this. Bro, that thing's level 7. Do I want this fight? Alright, let's try this one first. So hold on. So Whiskey had a thing that hits the 2 tiles in front of him. So let's move him forward. Windshark can hide behind him. Let's see what happens. Wait, Whiskey only has 98 health. Oh, you fragile snowflake. Never mind. Hide in the back. Wait, what just happened? Oh, it's waiting for them to all get over there. That's what it is. Let's see. Alright, Whiskey costs 15% of your current HP. Allies in the targeted row gain an equal amount of armor. Removes sadness, fearful, and restless. Oh, it's Condi Cleanse. Enemies with damage. torrent. Alright, Shadow Cloak. Alright. Haste on Leica. Leica... Tentacle. Almost dead. Tentacle. Dead. Okay, Torrents. Another one dead. Tentacle. Multi. Oh, it actually hit this time. Flow. Tentacle. Alright, there we go. Like a snail killing everything at the cost of his own hit points. Phoenix Flower. Okay, we've opened the stone ruins. Muck, you really shouldn't pick on Flute so much. I have not picked on her today at all. What are you talking about? Okay, what drops Sinew? I have a Sinew. How did I get one? Oh, the rats. I have to hunt the rats. Oh, dang. Okay, Whiskey pulling out a firebow? Why didn't you pull that out during the fight? Assemble the Wand Shaper. Okay. Wand Shaper. After playing Oxygen Not Included, it's kind of weird being able to, like, put stuff in front of other stuff. Just put that in the corner for now. All our food is just berries outside. We need more iron. So can I see everybody's, like, health and mana? Oh, okay, they're all full. Well, no, they're almost full health again. Oh, research. Domesticated grub berries. A place to grow gutberry vines. Placeable on floors and on the ground. Hardy foliage can grow wormweed. Dancing the night away, used for recreation. Dance, dance. Put stuff here. Oh! We can get storage. So we're not just leaving everything on the ground. That would be good. Okay. Add wand order. Earth wand, air. Okay, so what do we have? We have a tentacle, a dark wand, an air wand, and a water. So let's get a nature one. We don't have one of those yet. Okay. A void shroom appeared. Absorbing mana. It looks like it automatically got added to the harvest list. Okay, so that's something bad. So it just appears in your base and starts, like, absorbing mana. Mike, I want to form a teachers union. I don't find these working conditions acceptable. The one thing I find kind of odd here is the, it doesn't seem like I can really build underground. It seems, I guess all my building's above ground, but underground's like a dungeon. Ooh. Okay, that's not good. Where is more gutberries? basic rituals. Hiring and graduation. Okay, so we need to repel the fog again. Missing ingredients. Need more wood. Okay, gather... No, is it chop? Chop. Yeah, I'm seeing... Okay, it looks like the items on the ground are getting damaged by the rain. So we will need to make storage containers as soon as possible. Are we making some planters to grow stuff? It looks like they've already found some seeds and stuff. Okay. And now we're short on gut berries. That's great. Wormweed, wormweed. Okay, here's some more. No, cancel that. Let's see, gather. Okay, once they get that, I should be able to push the fog back again. I need to push the fog back, and I need to get, storage so that the stuff stops getting damaged. Alright, there's that. Alright, perform the Summon Initiate Ritual. We need more labor. The students crave our minds. So is this just gonna, like, kidnap some kid from around the world? Your very first student. Alright. Who is going to be my onion head person? I'm watching both chats. Darth Mole is the first to respond. Alright. Potions. Select a relic to... I have no relics. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Build... Storage. Needs smoke sticks. How do I get smoke sticks? What is that? Has anyone seen where those come from? There's smoke pearl there. Smoke pearl, no. What is a smoke stick? Sun Shadow Nut? Okay, hold on. What? Storage. Smoke stick. Used in recipes to build certain furnishing. Source is smoke reed. Smoke reed. There. I can barely see a couple. There we go. Alright, so chest. Tiny chest. Okay. So we need to start getting some storage set up. Let's do that for now. Just stuff to get it out of the rain. What, can I get a limitless use hall pass, please? You didn't raise your hand. I didn't give you permission to speak. Harvest a void shroom, assemble a wall torch, create a well-lit room. I already have a wall torch. What do you mean assemble a wall torch? Okay, so they're starting to store things now. So each one can hold 10 stacks of stuff. And this helps get things out of the rain. Alright, so we are growing gut berries now, so that is some food. That's good. Alright, we need more iron. Alright, begin battle. Children, it is time for war. Okay. Whiskey. Alright, Shadow Cloak. Mana Burst, I don't know what that does. Like a snail is the only one smart enough to dodge these attacks. Alright, Haste. This would cost 45 health. Oh my god. Okay, now it's better than the rest. Coochie-coo! Alright, Darth Maul has one spell. Growth. Attacks and applies thorns to the targeted position for 2 rounds. Okay, so I would prefer to... Because this is going to one-shot him or him, but there's already thorns there. I'd prefer to one-shot that, but it won't let me. I have to hit the front one first. What does this do to allies? Plus 15 armor. Don't know how armor works yet. Leica dodges it again. I wonder if I put wait. Oh, I can't. I can only do that on self? Okay, I'm still trying to figure out how these tiles work as far as like your own range goes. This is a bit overkill for something with 22 hit points. Every time we win, Leica Snell has to go to the infirmary from like hurting himself so much. Underskull chamber, a pantry. What? Oh, he's repairing it. Storage for food, crops, meals, and reagents necessary to make a kitchen. Alright. Okay, okay. No classes available for students? Who needs classes? You think this is a school or something? Alright. We can now make a gruel pot. As soon as I figure out how. There it is. Oh, I just realized we don't have a bed for the newcomer. Alright, put it there for now. Man, imagine having to sleep next to your 3 teachers. That's awkward. Alright, does it show anywhere, like, how much food I have saved up? Let's see. Let's see, 4. Let's take these out. Oh, select all. That's much better. Let's do that. Get all of this. All of these goodies. So it looks like you have to have the fog pushed back a bit if you want to get to, like, the smoke reed, for example. If the fog comes in anymore, I can't access it. Alright, do I need more gutberry planters? Hold on, and then we got gruel pot. Add meal order, gutberry soup. Hold on. Okay, so conviction minus 20 when you eat a gutberry. A barely edible berry that grows locally. Everyone hates eating it, but it'll keep them alive. So gutberry soup. We should have, like, let's say 10. Do until 10. Okay. Do we have anyone that is specifically good for making gutberries? Or for cooking. For cooking. Like a Snail is a hair better than everyone else, but we've already got them doing the research. Dude, Like a Snail is, like, good at a bunch of things, and everyone else just kind of sucks. We haven't found your strengths. Cooked a meal at a gruel pot. Nice, you're welcome. Chat, we have a problem. It's past midnight, I don't want to stop. I think we found my next addiction. Huge problem. Create a well-lit room. How many more torches do we need for a well-lit room? Dude, it's the sleeping room, too. Do you guys remember the Stranded Alien Dawn campaign we did where there was the robot that was, like, really lifelike named Eve? This kind of reminds me of that, because we've got one worker, in this case the ghost, that works through the night all the time. The void shroom has appeared. What is that? Rancid splatter. So she just water guns it to clean it up? So is the orange bar their hit points, or is that just, like, sleepiness? Whiskey is damaged. Let's see, build outdoor gutberry planter. Now, can they still reach the back ones if I make a second row? If they use their magic wands, maybe. Last time he stayed up Lady wrecked his vocal cords. That's a good point. That is a good point. So we've got a pantry down here. Oh wait, there's like a boulder down here. Okay, so you can like mine some resources down here. And probably move that pantry if you cared to. Dude, the room is still not well lit. There's so much light in there. Add gruel pot to schoolroom. Move up here? That's kind of a weird thing to have in the room with the bed, but okay. Satisfy must not have criteria. Don't have any disallowed furnishings in the room. In this room? Research beds. I can't have beds in there. Okay. Not, well, why is it underlining it then? Virtual teaching stations, refining. I mean, it says any beds. It says any beds like a snail. So I guess we need to move those somewhere else. I don't know if this is going to satisfy it. We're going to find out together in a moment. Assigned area unreachable. Oh, there goes. Wait, are they stuck? Create a well-lit room. No, that's still not working. In the room. Which room? Build a scullery. Make sure the room is grounded. Must touch the foundation or be underground. Wait a minute, hang on. We've got this room down here with the pantry. Can we just move the cooking pot next to the pantry? Maybe, but I'd probably have to get rid of these rocks first. I'll try that. Wait, no, Gnosis vein? Oh, there's like many charges of what they're mining here. Okay. Alright, this is pretty cool. I can already tell I'm gonna be hooked on this for a good while. But for now, chat, it is 12:10. So, let us save our game. And we will pick it back up from here tomorrow. Okay. You still have a crafting wand bench stopping the scullery? Yeah, I've got a lot to learn. I believe if you click the house-looking icon on the right bottom side, it shows you the whole requirements to make a specific room. Yeah, I gotta figure it out. It's definitely a little bit better, a little bit different than Oni. I gotta figure it out. All right, chat. Thanks for joining me tonight. Hope you guys had fun. Few plugs on the way out. If you're new to the channel, my name is Muck. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I will be back tomorrow morning, continuing our playthrough of Age of Wonders 4 with the Vampire faction. And tomorrow night, continuing Mind Over Magic. Hit the follow button if you're here on Twitch. Hit subscribe if you're here on YouTube. Here's links to both my YouTube channels popping up in the chat if you're not subbed to those. And a very special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support, and there is a link to that in the chat if you're interested. Shilling complete. Thank you for listening. You guys have a wonderful evening. I'll see you tomorrow. Say it backwards.
Edge the need only you'll but C to take, please. Week every giveaways, beakers, the touch don't speakers, the up crank way, the on is entertainment, stay the enjoy. You hope we lab the two viewer, dear you welcomes, third the Snuffles, Van Chauncey, Sir, and fourth the Esquire, Reginald Bartholomew, Douglas, Mukluk. The words pour from his mouth, nearly tripping over themselves in their haste. My name is Zunikai. I used to be a slave here, but then I worked hard and they made me an overseer. I kept a good eye on the slaves, and if anyone slacked off, I whipped them hard.
Don't clip it. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, hi. You stay there. I'm going that way. Deal. You broke the deal. Oh, Chauncey can swim. I didn't know that. How does he look so dapper while swimming? I've never seen a cat look that dapper while swimming. Like, look, his chest is out. He's just like, yeah. Have you attempted Oxygen Not Included? Mm-hmm. I played it on stream, and one very memorable memory is anyone who was at the stream, I was letting them name one of my replicants after them. And I said, Joe Niels, which one do you want to be you? And one of them had like explosive bowel syndrome or something. And he donated $50 and he was drunk and he made the British guy said, I want a character, make me the poop one. I don't know if anyone on Twitch has ever spent $50 to say, make me the poop one. But that day Joe did, and it burned into my mind. The flashlight that we picked up earlier is in hand now. Oh, that's us. Oh, yo, I was getting... Cardboard, this is not going to go well. Run an update. I'm running software updates. This is true horror, chat, because I was a tech support. I can't get away from it. Updated. They just left bread on the table. That bread's gonna dry out. The bread is gonna dry out. There's so much bread. You don't, like, there's the baby's not eating bread. There's 2 of us. There's like 3 loaves of bread there and another 4 right here. What are you doing? Put some saran wrap on it. It's gonna dry out. New page. Oh my god, a freaking patron sound. Oh, yeah. Just like, a new arrival. And then Ed Wolf was sure to follow. Oh, hello, welcome page. Sit down, you. Oh, Season, good to see you. I use numpad for my mounts. I use numpad for this, and 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 other things.
I'm trying to sleep here.
Am I too loud? Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.